Hello to day 59. Hello. Welcome, guys, to the 59th day of us being a live streamer. So hopefully you guys are still here. I'm curious. I would like to go back to day one and just even like, I don't even remember. I think there was like at least one viewer that was, I hope there was at least one viewer on my first day of streaming. But I'm curious to kind of backtrack and see who was the first person to subscribe. Do they still, watch the channel and all that kind of fun stuff? It'd be interesting. I do owe a video on my first 30 days as a live streamer, so that is still in the works. But yes, give me a minute as I catch up on things. All right, give me another minute as I have, I think it's a cat hair that's just like, give me a second. We got to take care of this. Freaking cat hairs everywhere. Oh, there it goes. All right, I think I got the culprit. Okay, so welcome, guys. It is day 59, and today's going to be I haven't decided. It's either going to be a stream that we go till midnight. Right now, it's about 5:40 p.m. my time, or it's going to be a shorter stream. I haven't decided, and the reason is that I have a lot of work to do, and there's definitely stuff I'll be doing on stream. So we made some progress off stream with some of the stuff for our Nikon ZR product review. Look, this is what I was doing, all right? I was literally listing all of the file names of potential shots that I was going to use, and then I wrote down every detail about it that could be potentially usable, like what was the ISO, the resolution, the shutter speed, the lens that I was using at which focal length, and what aperture, and the white balance. I literally did all of this, which is a little overkill for sure. But I figure if I am going to send this to a video editor, and also just as I'm editing the video myself, I need to be able to quickly see, like for each of the files that I'm shooting with, what was the respective information that we pop up on stream. So what am I talking about? So I'd be talking about things like this, right? So let's say during our product review, I showed this shot here. As I'm, you hear my voiceover, I'm talking about like, hey man, look how amazing the dynamic range is for this camera at XYZ, blah, blah, blah. As I'm talking and as you see this shot, I probably will include like a lower third here that has some of the key details of, of the camera. So obviously it would say something like Nikon ZR, and then underneath it, maybe it'll say something like, okay, let's see, this was 0835. So for instance, this particular shot was at ISO 800. This was a 6K, 60 frames per second, and I shot this at f 4.5 with the 400mm lens, and white balance 5600. So I don't think all of that is necessary, but at least some portion of it could be usable, or at least interesting to someone to see, like, oh, okay, here, this is a video about a review of the Nikon ZR. Well, if you're showing me these shots taken by the Nikon ZR, can you give me a little bit more detail, please? So, but yeah, of course I can. So here's how I shot it. So, here's proof of the quality in these key settings. So I think that's the kind of the rationale. So I did spend a lot of time doing that. I still have a lot more footages to go, but we went through all of these files. So all of these files, I've listed them down. I'll probably put it onto like a Google Sheet or something as well. So we will digitize it shortly. A few more to go through, so it's a little bit tedious, but at least the visuals look nice. And the other thing I'm doing, so in tandem with all of that is, and then I also did, I should have done this on stream, but I was just kind of working through this in the early morning. I did go ahead and do a bit of color correction to my footages. So as an example here, let's take this this shot of me. What did I do? Let's see if so you'll see a few things here where, like, this was the original, where it was like quite warm on my face and in some of these areas. So I just kind of like cooled it down a little bit, and it might be a little too pink, but you know what? It's a bit better than what I thought it was before. And then I also softened the shot. So I did a little bit of like quick thing here, so you can see it's like very, very sharp on my face. You can see all my beautiful pores because I don't know how to, this is just my skin, okay? So I applied a bit of like a softening to my skin so that hopefully it's not too jarring for people to keep staring at me and be like, man, what's wrong with you? To be fair, there's nothing wrong with me. I love me, okay? But yes, I figured this way, soften the things that I need to, and also it's a way for me to learn as well, in terms of like how you're supposed to edit when there are people in the shot, things like that. So I did do that off stream, and then applied it to everything. And then, oh yeah, I started putting all the pieces together for the opening. So I'm kind of, Okay, so let me just play it out for now, and then we'll talk about it in a second. So let's pause the music. We're going right into it, okay? Today's a day I'm just trying to be as productive as possible. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Okay, so a couple things there. So, I'm trying to think, like, am I being poisoned by the Gen Z mindset where, you know, short attention span, those kind of things? So even the fact that I've got about 15, over 20 seconds, let's say. So we have about a 20-second gap here where there's no B-roll that I can think of that I want to put here. Is that something where people lose attention even in the 20 seconds if you're just hearing my voice and just seeing this? But I don't have an answer yet. I don't need to have an answer now, but it is one thought I had. Otherwise, I think the footages I want to use are fine. But what I might want to do is I might not want to show this as a full screen. We might want to do some nice like visual effects, so it feels more like a montage or like a collage, or not a collage. It just feels less, yeah, in your face. So it could even be like, you know, scaled down to like a, you know, half the screen. Maybe it's centered, but then there could be, yeah, I'm not sure yet, but it doesn't necessarily have to be this full screen view, just to also kind of break it up in between. Like, okay, so this is when I was in photo mode. So here in the voiceover, I'm talking about like, hey, I started off as a photographer. So here are all these like images that I captured. And then I switch over to when I talk about how I jumped into like video, doing like Instagram Reels and like TikTok related stuff. So then here it kind of looks different already, because obviously most of these are in vertical format, but still I might try to figure out, is there a different style we put to this section? And then I jump into like, okay, and then I moved into YouTube for vlogging. So I try to pick some shots of me, or it looks more like a typical vlog, right? Like I'm in selfie mode, I'm in the frame, blah, blah, blah. I'm on adventures. So then these ones, I need to somehow also make sure they are differentiated from the next section, which is here when I talk about eventually, now I'm moved into like trying to do cinematic storytelling, right? Like, so then here I was trying to pick a few shots of mine where it's a bit more like cinematic in its look and feel. I had to be careful. I didn't want to use any shots where the people's faces are recognizable, just in case, you know, like these are things where it's like, okay, although I had everyone's permissions, it's like I just want to avoid using anyone that's recognizable. So yeah, so then this part is where I say like, here's my flow. I went from photography into short form reels, into YouTube vlogging, and then into more like storytelling, filmmaking kind of stuff. Hence why I believe Nikon reached out to me, blah, 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 blah. And then that's this part here. And then we still have this gap, which we're going to work on today in terms of figuring out how long should the montage be. I think probably around 30 seconds is still good. And then we kick off into this. So we did yesterday, as a quick reminder, I think we finished all of the scripting, or like we identified the key takes for our voiceover. So this is now our skeleton, right? And then where does it end? It ends at around 12 and a half, less than 13 minutes, maybe even less, depending on how much we chop off for the opening montage. So what are some of the things I'm doing now? Right now, I'm trying to collect all the footages that could be usable as B-roll, and I'm trying to put them all, and this is what this is for. I'm putting all the file names and all the key information, so then if I do end up hiring a YouTube editor, I can provide them each file name, and so then they can put overlays here of like, okay, this was shot at 6K, 60 frames, blah, 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 and just put it here. I might actually do it myself as well, but I'm not sure. Okay, so that's one task that we're trying to complete today. The other task that I'm going to be trying to multitask with is, I think I mentioned to you guys, I did a photo shoot for someone, a brother and a sister. I know the sister from, she was actually the first person to join me on my international photo tours. So obviously very grateful to her for trusting me. We had a good time, of course. We went to Uganda. She did a guerrilla trek, but it was really awesome for me because that was my first time I ever took a client, right, with me on an international trip. So anyways, so she started a company with her brother called VHD. No. Yeah, I think the acronym is VHD, I believe. VHD Golf. And so they hired me to be the photographer. Now, there isn't going to be any crazy shots, right? The things I'm going to be sharing, it's not like, oh my God, amazing, right? But it was really fun for me because this is my first time doing like a proper, in-studio photo shoot kind of a thing. And so these are a little bit more of the creative shots that they want to use for like social media. And then we have like typical product catalog kind of shoots. Let's see. Like these kind of shots, where you've got the model and like different posing. And so I'll need to go through, I'm editing all of these as we speak. But yeah, so this is my first time doing this kind of shoot. It was really fun. Pretty straightforward once you get the hang of it. Because again, they're not looking for like the most artistic creative shots. They just need standard things that can go onto like an e-commerce website. Yeah, so it was a good test for me as well. So what I'm trying to do in tandem with as I work on this is in between, I'm trying to go and edit some of these photos. So, and we're also using Dehancer, by the way. So I'm using Dehancer. So for instance, let's see if we can show a before and after. So before, and then this one, I was using the Dehancer film look to kind of make it a little bit more like grainy and like, using some of their film qualities. And this is like meant to be more on the creative side. So I can be a little bit more like, we can push the envelope a little bit here for any of these photos. Whereas the product shots, these ones, I need to keep it very, very standard, right? Like nothing crazy. But anyways, yeah, so we'll be trying to work on this in between us editing and finishing up this product review. Yeah. Hello, Charlie. How are you doing? Welcome. Happy Thursday. Welcome to day 59. We're on the 59th day of streaming. So tomorrow, I'm clapping too early, but assuming everything goes well, tomorrow we will be streaming as our 60th day on a Friday. So hopefully you guys can join me as we kick off the end of my second month of streaming. But yeah, anyways, we're almost there. So day 59, like I said, we're going to have a pretty packed agenda today, or at least I'm going to try to be productive throughout today. We have a lot to get through. And the other thing I mentioned is I don't know if I'm going to do a long stream today or a shorter stream. So a shorter stream for me means like, let's say a 3 hours stream, or are we going to go till like midnight? So maybe like a 6-hour stream or so. I haven't decided yet, because obviously we're going to be productive throughout all of this. But sometimes like not being on stream allows me to be even more productive, right? Because then I'm just like laser focused on whatever it is I'm doing. So we'll see. We're going to take it a little bit at a time. So here's what we got so far. I'll play it one more time because I just need to refresh myself. And like I said, we have a lot of editing to do still on these B-roll clips to make it feel a bit more creative, let's say, like a more artistic take. But we'll see. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Okay, and then that kicks off. So I still have a feeling that I need to add a bit more B-roll right here, just because I feel like the attention span, especially because of the opening, right? And I might end up using this as like for like trailers or like promo content. So I think I'll probably need to squeeze in a bit of B-roll into this section so that it's not like 20 seconds of just staring at me. So we'll probably throw in some B-roll where you see me out in the field with the camera, or some of those product shots, like the close-up shots of the camera.
New Nikon ZR before launch to see if a camera.
Let me see where.
But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch to see if a camera at this.
So probably right where I said that. So where there's a pause. So maybe right here, we'll add some B-roll shots.
To see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me.
And then here we can come back. So potentially B-roll from here to there.
Cinematic. So if you're like me,
and
an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
Okay. So anyways, we got a lot of work to do there. And then let's check out a few other things that I updated. Did I update this one?
Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case, I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief. I also tried Nikon's new MED10.
Yeah, and then I'll need to remember. We'll do it at the end, but I have to do a whole filter on like the audios, or I have to make sure all the sound levels are fine. And then let's check this part out one more time.
And it feeds audio directly via the digital hot shoe. So let's look at a few notable examples from my shoot.
This is in front mode, focus mode on the shotgun mic. I'm going to switch this now to the all mode. So now it's on all, so I don't know if that means it should be capturing a bit more ambient sound besides just whatever's in front of the camera. So you guys be the judge if the sound quality has changed at all. And then we're going to do one final thing. Let's go over to this rear mode. So now it should be picking up on the rear side if my deduction skills are anything. And now we were in focus. Let's go ahead and choose pure. So there's like two kind of switches you can play around with. So one of the options you can switch between is focus and pure. All of this so far was on focus mode. Now we are on pure mode. Same thing, let me switch over to the all mode. So now this is all mode, pure mode. The all pure mode, let's just say. So you guys tell me, and we'll see later obviously how the sound is. Last thing, let's go switch this to rear. So now in this rear mode, maybe you might not be able to hear me too well, I'm not sure. I am without the shotgun mic, so we're just going with the built-in mic recordings. So I believe this is set to the 32-bit float recording, so very, very excited to test that out.
For solo travel work, 32-bit float internally.
Okay, so I mean it's a bit long, right? But it is like a good test of all the audio features on the shotgun mic. So haven't decided if I end up cutting some parts out or if I feel like it's necessary because it's a nice like comparison of all the different audio levels. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, and then I did do a little bit of color grading to this section. So let's check it out.
And with the ZR's in-body stabilization rated up to 7.5 stops, it absolutely helped keep my footage stable and usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with a minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. So bottom line, for a run and gun shooter, the ZR works for my non-gimbal shots.
Okay, so that shot. All right, let's look at the comparison. So this is again same thing we just looked at. This would be without stabilization, just handheld, walking backwards. So this is with that whole 7.5 stops of in-body image stabilization. So you can see obviously there's a lot of like, at times it'll jerk up and down or in different directions. But generally speaking, it's like, it looks decent. Like it looks usable. Like even if I don't stabilize it, if I slowed down the footage, it might still work pretty well. But obviously now we have our stabilized version. So I decided I'm going to keep it at the same speed so we can just have a side-by-side. But then now we get this nice and smooth shot. All right, so there we go. So anyways, we got those two cool shots, which I'm really happy with. And I think I wrote down, let's see. This is 2026. Did I write it down? Yes. So this one I shot at 800 ISO. This is at 6K, 60 frames. This is at aperture 2 with a 35mm lens. And the temperature was 5990. I think 5990, I didn't manually set it. I chose the option that said cloudy for like the temperatures. Not that it matters, right? Because I mean, I'm shooting in RAW and everything. But anyways, I chose the cloudy option here because we were like kind of, it was cloudy and we were kind of inside the forest, so worked out well. But yeah, I actually, you know what? I really liked how I color graded for this one. I don't know if, am I able to show like the before and after? Let's see. Let's see if I just hide these. I mean, this is not a good example. Okay, not the best example. I was trying to show the actual before and after, but yeah, basically I ended up dropping the temperature a bit to cool it down. So we got a little bit more like mintiness and like greens as opposed to like a warmer tone. And then what else did I do? I did a few things with that like DCTL. I don't know what it stands for, but I used this DCTL thing that I had purchased a long time ago, where you can like do a bit more refined editing to like the colors, the saturation, the hues, density, things like that. So I played a little bit with that, and yeah, and here we go. So this is what we ended up with. And okay, so then we have our product shots that I think I've mapped out all as well. Wait, no, did I? Actually, no, these ones I don't need to have all the features because I shot this with the Z6 III. It doesn't matter. It's obviously the red is the thing in the shot, so. Okay, and as we do this, like I said, let me try to do some work here simultaneously. So, so this is my first time using Dehancer for photos. So Dehancer has this option. So I did download the, what do you call it? I downloaded it for Lightroom. And I don't know how to do a batch. I can't figure out how to do like a batch edit. So for instance here, if I want to edit this in Dehancer, I just go to this edit in, I choose Dehancer. And then it's going to open up a, you know, like a little plugin version of Dehancer. Let's see where it pops up. Okay, there you are. And so here you can see this is the original. And then this is a version that I had edited prior. And I kind of liked how it looked after I just like, you know, fiddled with some of the controls. And so I decided, okay, we'll save it as a preset and then I'm just going to use this for all the photos. And again, unfortunately, I don't know. I don't see an option for me to do like a batch edit because obviously that would save me quite a bit of time. Let's see. Because I did try, like I tried to like just select a bunch of photos and then right click and hit edit in. But it only ended up editing one of them, and the others just created a duplicate file with no edits on it. So, yeah. Could be user error, for sure. Maybe there's like something here I'm not looking at. But yeah, overall, I would say it's very similar to how they have it set up for the DaVinci Resolve in terms of like how they have all the stacked options here. So, yeah, if you'd seen me working on Dehancer for video, it seems fairly the same for photo. So then here, I liked this look that I created. So all I need to do is just hit OK. And then this will pump it out back into Lightroom. And unfortunately, this does take some time, you know? So yeah, until I can figure out how to do the batch, it is like literally doing one photo at a time, and I have over 100 photos, so wish me luck on that. In the meantime, where were we? Oh yeah, so we had gone through all these photos. So now let's look at this one. So this is 1298. 1298. This was shot on the 31st. The 31st. $12.98 on the 31st. That would be okay. $12.98. Here it is. Okay. So this one I shot at... Oh, I ran out of space. I should probably do this in a Google Sheet, but whatevs. Okay, file, ISO, resolution, shutter, lens, and white balance. Okay. File name ends in 1298. ISO was 800. Resolution is 4K. So this was at 120 frames per second. 4.5 aperture at 200 millimeters. 5600 white balance. Okay. So tedious, but basically, yeah, I'm literally just mapping each of these shots in terms of the key metadata that I think is necessary. And then another step that I'm taking, so I'm just dragging these up. So everything that's on the top layer here is like any shot that I took at 4K. And then the ones below are the 6K shots. Because if I export these to send to someone, I don't want to export the 4K files as 6K. Because obviously that means the files will be upscaling more than it has resolution for. So that's not good. Okay, 1452. 1452. 800 ISO. I think everything is probably the same. 1452. ISO 800. Oh no, it's different. This is 6K. Okay, so 800 ISO, 6K resolution, 60 frames per second, 4.5 at 175 millimeters, but basically that doesn't matter. 5600. Okay. Cool, cool. And let's bring it up. This is $12.99. Okay. Let's go back to Lightroom. So basically, you're gonna watch how my attempt at multitasking. So this is literally what I do when I'm not on stream either. I will oftentimes be just hopping between tasks, just whenever I feel like it. Sometimes it's a bit more structured, but here it's like I just want to go between the photos, videos, and just like bounce back and forth. So okay. So here's the before and after. So we have our prior. And then this is with the Dehancer effect that we applied. And then I'm so glad Lightroom has gotten so good with their, what do you call this? The AI generative, the generative AI stuff. So for instance here, I decided I'm going to zoom out and hope that Lightroom, in worst case, right? I say worst case, but if needed, I would use Photoshop. Because I know Photoshop's pretty good with this. But I was hoping that Lightroom would have would be much better when it comes to doing like object removals, or in this case, just getting rid of this bad background and just having something blended. So here, for instance, you're watching me select all of the edge here where the backdrop wasn't existing. And then if I just click on remove, it is like magic. It should do a good job here. We'll see. I wonder if it's faster here. What are we? 31st? And then we said yes, Kimbap. $12.99. $12.99. Okay, it might be faster to use this photo mechanic actually. So we shall. Can I hide this? Like how do I full screen? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Hello, Kimbap. What are you doing over there? And look at that, just like magic. So now we've removed that entirety. I mean, you can kind of see it doesn't blend properly, but actually, you know, you can barely tell. And then we have to do one more on the bottom here. Kimbap. Hello, hello. Hello, pretty one. Yes, good boy. Good boy. What would you like? You just want to be pet? You want ass scratch? What do you want? What do you want, you spoiled little brat? You tell me. Okay, we're about to spread all your cat hair everywhere, which reminds me, let me turn on this fan. The beautiful fan that blows all this cat hair away from me on the desk. Okay, so let me get back to this guy. And then let's update the thing here. Hit remove. $12.99. $12.99. This is gonna be ISO 800. 6K, I believe. 60p. Oh, but then this one doesn't have. Oh no, it does. Okay. 130 aperture 4.5. 130 at 5600 Kelvin. Okay. 0790. This is a 4K 120, and this is on the 30th. Okay. So 30th. 0790. 0790. Let's find you. Okay. ISO 800. 6K. No. 4K. 4K. My bad. 120p. 2.8 and 200 millimeter. And 5600 Kelvin. All right. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it did a pretty good job. Let's see if there's like a slightly warmer option. Yeah, we'll go with this one. All right. So and then I did a little bit of like post editing after the Dehancer. So I'm just going to apply it to this Dehancer version. So yeah, we just got a little bit darker and everything else. So then we have our before and after. It's kind of cool, technology. I can't imagine what it must have been like. Like even to be like a photographer, what, like 5 years ago, and you're doing a shoot in like these kind of studio environments, and it's like, oh shoot, you know, the amount of time it would take to have to get rid of like these like imperfections or stuff. And now it's like you just brush it and boom, it's gone. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, so this is with Dehancer, which I quite like. So, and unfortunately, like I said, I am until someone can tell me exactly how to be faster about this. All right, you know what? We're not going to do this one. So I'll remove this from the collection. There's like a lot of similarities. So like, I feel it's fine to, I have so many versions, right? So it's going to take a while to get through all this. Okay, let's check out this one now. Mm-hmm. 0790, so we just finished that one. 0790 is 4K. So you guys are getting a lens into how freaking I need to find a better word to use to describe myself. Because I keep saying autistic, but it's a little bit tiring to say that word, you know? Like everyone uses it. It's overused, it's not used properly. And obviously it makes light of people who are actually like genuinely autistic. But yeah, I don't know what the right term is, but I have a tendency to be like very, very slow, methodical, and like just super, super granular levels of like doing things, which is like unnecessary. Definitely unnecessary, but I don't know any other way to do it. So like, should I write down every detail of every shot? Probably not. But we're already there. So this one's 0791, which was right next to the other one. So I'm assuming it's basically going to be the exact same settings. ISO 800. Yeah, okay, so it's literally all the same settings. So then let's just move this up. 0834. 0834. Okay, so this one's a 6K version. 0834, 800 ISO, 6K, 60p, 2.8, 165, 5600. Zero 0833 is next. 6K. Okay. Let's go back to the Dehancer one. So again, here's the before and then the after. I think I'm just going to stick with the exact same look for as much as I can, because I think it looks good. It's a bit consistent as well. So yeah, we'll stick with this. Let's let it render. What I say it was 0833, I think, is the next one. Zero 0833. Yep, everything's the same. 6K 60. Zero 0832 and 31. 0832 and 31. Okay, yeah. So these are all the same. 0832 and 31. Slow and steady. Okay, so this one is now the updated. Let's go ahead and fix the corners here. Zero 0794. 0794. There you are. 800, 2.8, 200, 60 frames. Okay. It is the same. Do 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 do. 6K 0793. Also the same. And I'm assuming the next one is the same. 0792. Yes. 0793, 0792. Oh, we definitely need to use this shot. 0784. 6K. Okay. So this one is different. 0784. 800 ISO. 6K. 60p. Aperture is 4.5. And 400 millimeters at 5600. Okay, this one looks good. Applying the paste. There we go. Do 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 do. So like I said, you can kind of tell, obviously, the colors are also changing just from doing that. So for the product shots, I won't be doing these creative stuff because I'm assuming they want the colors to be as accurate as possible to their actual clothes. But yeah, here we're just going for new looks. Oh wait, was there an easier option? Oh wait, hold on a minute. Edit in Dehancer Lightroom plugin. Please tell me. Is this like a faster option, or is that literally the same thing? Damn, it's the same thing. Man, I got so excited. I thought maybe there's like a... Maybe I found the shortcut that lets me do some batch edits. I'm so glad I have this new computer. There's no shot in hell that, even with my MacBook Pro that I was using before, which is like an M3 Max, I think. It's a good laptop, although it's in the shop because I spilled soda all over it. There's no shot that I would be able to run DaVinci, Lightroom, Dehancer, Photo Mechanic, OBS, Red Cine, whatever. Like, there's no shot. So, yeah. Zero 782 782. Where are you? There you are. 800, 4.5, 400, 60 frames. Okay, so this is the exact same. Let's do this one real quick. There we go. Jesus, I'm going to be here all night doing this. Ivy, MacBooks are great, but definitely hard to run so much on them. Yes. Well, firstly, welcome. Thanks for being here. And yeah, you know what? That is true, but these MacBooks are so powerful these days. Like these new whatever, like the M series of whatever. I have been able to do quite a bit on it. And I did have like the overpowered one. I had the M3 Max with all the highest specs, but built into a 14-inch body. So that way, when I'm traveling, it's like more lightweight. It fits in my sling bag much easier than when I had the 16-inch. However, so a client that I travel with, he kind of was the first one to put it into my mind that I probably need to buy a dedicated Mac Studio or like some kind of physical PC or whatever for my home studio. Because prior to buying this Mac Studio, I only had my MacBook Pro. So every time I go on a trip, I'm taking it with me, and then I edit from it, and then I use it when I'm home. But the problem is, like, all it takes is for one thing to happen. You either drop it, or in my case, which actually did happen, I spilled soda all over the laptop, and then now it's out of use for like over 2 weeks. So thankfully, it actually worked out where I did end up heeding his advice. And my worst case scenario did happen where my laptop is broken, but here we are. I'm able to stream, I'm able to edit and all that. So yeah. But before I got this Mac Studio, the MacBook Pro was really powerful. It was like super good. So but yes, welcome Ivy. Hopefully you're having a good day. We are trying to be super productive today. So I'm multitasking between editing some photos from a recent photo shoot I did for a friend of mine who started their own company. And so we did some like photo shoots, like a product catalog kind of stuff. And then this is a little bit more on the creative side of their shoots where it's not like necessarily for their e-commerce page. It's just kind of some of the models posing in different ways. And so I'm being a little bit more liberal with maybe the colors I'm using, or just a little bit more on the creative side. I say creative, I feel like I'm not doing anything super creative with these shots, but at least the way I'm color correcting for it, we're just having fun. But then yeah, so as I do this, I'm also trying to edit my product video, obviously, for the Nikon ZR, and I'm doing this super tedious task of looking through all the potential footages I will use, and I'm literally writing down on a piece of paper all the key details, whether it's the ISO, the resolution, the shutter speed, all that. So that way, if I hand this off to a video editor, I can provide those details, so then they can apply it as an overlay here. Anytime we end up using any of these shots, then you should be able to see this was shot with the Nikon ZR at ISO 800 with this setting, and all that. So a little bit overkill, but whatever. We're having fun. 0780. Where are you? 0780. This is in 800 ISO. Everything else looks like the exact same settings. Yes. So same settings. And so we got the before and after, and let's go ahead and just paste in. Boom. $6K, let's drag it up. Come on. 0771. 0771. 860 frames. Okay, these are the same as well. 0771. Do 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 do. 0759. 400, 800, 4.5. Okay, same thing. 0759. Okay, let's clean up the corner on the left here. Charlie. Huh. I think I missed one of your messages, by the way, Charlie. Or it didn't pop up on my chat. Charlie said, I would naturally put B-roll of the camera where you say Nikon ZR at launch. Hold on, when did you send this and how come it didn't show up? Okay, I'm not sure when you sent it. I apologize. It didn't pop up in my freaking restream chat. I just happened to see it because I was looking at the YouTube side of things. So you said, I would naturally put B-roll of the camera where you say Nikon ZR at launch. If you could elaborate, I'm curious what you mean by that. Are you saying like, So when I'm showing B-roll here, you're saying as a text, I should be including something that says like Nikon ZR at launch. If that is what you're saying, I agree with you. I think in the bottom left, like the lower thirds, as I'm playing some B-roll throughout the video, I would put something where clearly it shows that this is shot with the Nikon ZR. Although I might need a caveat, this is like a pre-production unit. I'm not sure, but let's say Nikon ZR, ISO 800, red codec, you know, like the R3D NE codec, 12. I don't know if I need to keep saying 12-bit because everything is 12-bit. But yeah, the point is I need to point out that, hey, this is shot at the red raw codec at 6K resolution, at 60 frames per second, and the ISO. I think the ISO is probably as important because I want to show people like, hey, I was shooting between like ISO 800. I shot some of these at ISO 6400, some at different ISOs as well. So showing the different qualities. 0758. Same thing. This is everything is the same. 0758. So I can only imagine the next one is the same. 0757. You know what? I'm not even gonna check. I'm just gonna assume it's the exact same settings. Okay. Alright, and is that it? No, we got more here. Oh, no, these are the things we don't need, because I think these are parts. Except, okay, no, those things we might need. But these ones we don't need. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. This one we ended up using 1682. Dun, 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 dun. So I think we'll want to use this moment here. Yeah, okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's keep looking at this one. Man, I hope they liked my edits, because if they ask for even a slight bit of change, it's like, oh, I like this, but could you like do XYZ? Oh man. I mean, I'll do it, but it's gonna take a long time. Doo-doo. Now this photo is slightly weird to me, because his right eye has a bit of a glint from the you know, the soft boxes. So you can see the reflection there, but it's not bouncing off his left eye because I think he had his left eye slightly more closed. So I can't tell if that's like a look that people will be disturbed by. Disturbed is a weird word. Yeah, but like, will it be off-putting to see the glint on one of the eyes but not the other? I'm not sure. This is a really good shoot, though. Also a good shoot for me, given it was my first time doing something like this, because one, the clients, they are so professional. The person I'm friends with, and you know, she's the co-owner with her brother for this company. They were like so thorough with everything. They had like, they put a whole a brief together, like a design brief, or no, it's just like a whole brief for everyone. Include information for like the makeup artist. Here, this like information of the models, for the models, what they need to do. For the photographer, which is me, like here like are all the inspiration shots for like this thing. At this time we're going to do this, and we're going to move to this thing and this. And it was just like very, very meticulous, and like it made my work so much easier because I knew exactly what they wanted because they gave me actual inspiration shots. And then the models are like really good. They just knew exactly what poses to do. I would just click the shutter, flash goes off, and then they would just move on to the next pose and the next pose. And so it felt like even for me to like say anything would almost be detrimental because like they were in the zone. The moment the flash goes off, they knew how to do every freaking pose, you know, like I don't know, it's kind of like a robot type thing, but it's kind of cool. So then for me as the photographer, it made my life easy because all I had to do was just make sure I had the framing and click the shutter. And there we go. Yeah, even like they chose like the backdrop they wanted, so they knew right away we want this kind of beige backdrop. We want to copy like was it like a Ralph Lauren or one of those like brands. Here's some of the photos, and it's like, okay, well, there you go. So then $16.96. This is probably from the last day. $16.96. Aperture 2. Okay, so this one's slightly different. 1696. 800 ISO. 6K. 60p. Aperture 2 and 85 millimeter. And this was at 59.90. Dun dun. Okay. 0890. What day was this? Okay, this day. 800 f2 85 6K. Okay, so this is the same. 0890. 92. Zero 0886. Also the same. Yes, okay. 0886. Zero 0536. This is a 6K file at on the 30th. What did I say? 0536. Alright, I keep skipping it. There you are. 0536. 800. 6K. 60p. Aperture 4.5 at 400. 5990. Jesus, how many more do I have? Oh wait, what were these for? Okay, these are all the... I didn't know where to place them. Okay, and this is the B-roll. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so let's put the B-roll... Doo-doo-doo. Okay, let's keep looking. And let's jump back to the Lightroom. You know what? I need to look this up. Hello, Ember. Can you hear me?
I sure can. I'm here and I can hear you just fine. Let's keep rolling.
I'm using the Dehancer program for Lightroom, and I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to do like a batch edit using Dehancer? Because when let's say if I select a lot of photos within Lightroom Classic, and if I right click and I choose edit in Dehancer, the problem is it'll end up creating a copy of each of the files that I've selected, but it will only edit one of the files in Dehancer.
Yeah, absolutely. I get what you're running into there. So with Dehancer and Lightroom, it's a little bit of a manual process. Dehancer doesn't do a true batch edit where it'll apply the same settings automatically to every image all at once inside its own interface. Instead, what you typically do is apply your Dehancer adjustments to one photo, and then you can copy and paste those settings in Lightroom to your other selected photos. So it's kind of a two-step thing. You do the edit on one image in Dehancer, then back in Lightroom, you just sync those settings across the rest. It's a little bit of a workaround, but that's usually the way to do it.
Okay, what you're saying makes sense, and I did try doing that, but I didn't think that it actually copied it over effectively. Are you saying if I literally hit copy settings within Lightroom for the photo that was edited in Dehancer, and if I paste those settings into a separate photo, it will know all of the same changes that I applied within the plugin? It somehow will carry it over?
Yeah, exactly. That's basically the idea. When you apply changes in Dehancer and then go back into Lightroom, Lightroom sort of treats those changes as part of the developed settings for that image. So when you copy and paste those settings onto another photo, it should carry over the same look that you created. Now, sometimes you might need to do a little bit of tweaking because each photo might be a bit different, but yes, the overall adjustment should copy over. So give it a try and see how it goes.
So I did just give it a try and it did not work as you mentioned it would. So when I copy all the settings over, it doesn't actually do that.
Ah, got it. Well, thanks for letting me know how that turned out. Sometimes these plugins do have their own quirks and it might not transfer perfectly through just the regular Lightroom copy paste. In that case, you might need to apply the Dehancer settings individually to each image, or see if there's a way to create a preset inside Dehancer that you can apply to each photo. It's a bit more of a manual workaround, but that might be the most reliable route. Let me know if you want to dig into any other details.
Useless. Useless. Amber. Ugh. Yeah, because I did try it myself earlier and it didn't work. Come on, give me a bit more credit. Of course I would try doing that. But yeah, like when I do copy it, it doesn't seem to actually copy the settings exactly as I did. Which made sense in my mind anyways, because like, okay, I'm assuming I'm using this plugin because within this plugin there's all these like proprietary ways that they edit, and then it'll just burn in those edits into Lightroom again once I exit the program. So it's not like it's using Lightroom's editing features, right? It's got its own thing that it does, and then it plugs back in. Okay, but anyways, yeah, we tried, but which means we're gonna have to keep doing this style. One photo at a time. This is 1814. 1814. Okay, so this is an example of shooting at 6400 ISO, 6K, 60p, aperture 2 at 85 mil, 5990. So you can see obviously there's a bit of noise in the shot, but it like the noise doesn't seem noisy, if that makes sense, or it's like clean noise. And then nothing, a little bit of a, you know, assuming I pop in some noise reduction there. Yeah, and there you go. Although I'm not sure if I want to apply the noise reduction. Maybe it's better just to show as is, so people have a better understanding of like, okay, this is the noise you'll get when you shoot at 6400, at least in the way I did the shot. So I don't necessarily want to clean up all the shots properly, because I kind of want to show to a prospective buyer or someone who wants to understand the capabilities of this camera. It's probably best to show some of these things in its raw settings, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. Listen, this is the first time I'm doing one of these kind of like product reviews, so I'm trying to figure out what is considered best practice. Okay, so where were we? This one we've written down. 1813, so I'm assuming it's the same settings. 85.2, 6400, 60 frames. Yep. 1813, 64, 6K. Same thing here, 1812. Yep. 1812, 1811. F2, 6400. Yeah, okay. So 1813, 1812, and 1811. Okay. That is not what I wanted. Do do do. There we go. Now, if I knew the first thing about coding, or if I was a coding master, I'm sure there would be some way that you can like create some kind of macro that will let me just, you know, especially for such a repetitive task here, it would just like do the same steps for me in the background. Unfortunately, I do not know how to do that. So here we are. Do 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 do. $16.91. 1691. Aperture 800. So we 1691. Got it back at 800. 6K 60. F2 85. 5990. Okay. 6990. So I'm assuming it'll be the same thing. Yep. Wait, what? Oh, I keep saying the wrong number. 1690. Not 6990. 1690 is the same. Okay, so this is a 4K file shot on the first day. 0311. $1600 ISO. I think this is 4K. Yeah, 4K 120. Aperture 4.5 at 400 millimeters at 5600 Kelvin. Do, 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 0776. So the second day. 0776. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 0776. 800. 6K. 60. 4.5, 400, 5600. Seven 772, 774, and 772. Okay. 0774, 0772. 0774, 0772 is the same. Jeez, we're almost done with 2 pages of this. 0755. 6K 0755. 800, 4.5, 6K, 5600. So the same thing. 0755. Okay, let's go back to this one. Zero 0749 800 ISO 285. Okay, so this one's different. What is this one called? 0749. $800 6K 60p f2 85 millimeter at 5600. So you can kind of see, like, I think the two lenses I used the most was the 400 millimeter 4.5 and the 85 1.2. And yeah, both turned out really good. 0749 47 f2.5 800 6K 60 2.5 at 85. Okay, I think we need to open up another page. Jesus. 0744. Okay, yeah, we'll do a new page. Ugh. In hindsight, I should have done this digitally. I should have used like a Google Sheet, which we're going to do anyways. So I'm just doing double the work. But sometimes it feels nice to do it like, you know, just like physically write something down. But that's also me justifying my poor decision. So. Okay. 0 7 4 4. It is ISO 3200. Oh yeah, so I was testing. So the two base ISOs for this camera are 800 and 6400. But I wanted to test, what if I choose 3200 ISO, which is the bottom end of the high ISO range. And then my understanding was, if I shoot at 3200, I should be able to retain a lot more details in the highlights. Or maybe the shadows. I don't remember. There's like a whole thought process there, but and plus I wanted to test out at the different ISOs. What do we see? So 3200, and this was in 6K, 60p, 4.5, 400, and 56 white balance. 0741 every day. Boom. 0741 800 ISO, 6K 60, 4.5 400, 5600. Actually, this could be a good test. So it looks like I shot. So this one was shot at ISO 800, whereas this one was shot at ISO 3200. So definitely less noise. And nothing's blown out. I think the sky's fine. Whereas when I shot at 3200, let's see. Every day. Yeah, so you can see the noise a bit more on the chimp. But let's see how much we can drop it down. Yeah, I feel like the ISO 800 was better. Which I guess makes sense. Or in my mind it makes sense. Okay, we're not going to edit this one. I need to be... Listen, I shortlisted way too many photos here, okay? And they're so similar that let's see if we can... Okay, this one I think we will edit. Slightly different pose. Do. Do. 0740, and this was at 6K. I thought I saw it here. Yep, there you are. 0740 was at 800, 4.5, 6K 60, and okay, so this is exactly the same settings. What did I say? 0740. All the same settings. Hello, low bass. How is I? I is fine. Thank you very much for asking. We're having a chill stream, but like a productive one. So I'm doing a bit of multitasking here. So, and also I'm doing a bit of a... We couldn't figure out what the right terminology is to describe someone like me for exhibiting this behavior, because I think autistic is overused as the term. Kind of like people saying they have ADHD. But I do have something, and I'm trying to figure out what that something is, because this can't be normal. Hello, Yogi. Hi, Yobel and chat. Hello. Thank you for being here. So I'm multitasking between editing some photos from a photo shoot I just did recently for a friend of mine who started their own company called VHD. It's like a clothing brand for golf, like golf-related clothing. Golf-themed clothing. So I'm multitasking between doing that and going through all the potential footages that we're going to use for this product review. And I'm literally going through every single freaking file, and I am basically creating a table of the file name, the ISO that I shot this in, so that way I can tell, like, oh, was this an ISO 800 or was it an ISO 6400, or did I manually choose something else? Is it 6K, 4K? Was this a shutter speed at 120, 60? What lens did I use? What was the white temperature, the white balance? And I've got 3 pages. I'm on my 3rd page of writing all this down. So there's something unnatural about this, or something, yeah, something about this which doesn't feel like makes sense, to be so tedious over something that probably shouldn't matter this much. And then in Lightroom, I'm editing these photos as I mentioned, but I'm using Dehancer, and it's been pretty fun. It's been really fun, and it looks good. So for instance, this is the original shot, and unfortunately I haven't figured out how to do a batch edit. So for each photo that I have shortlisted, I would have to go in here and I go to edit in Dehancer, and then I have to literally do this one photo at a time, because as of now I haven't figured out a way to do the batch. So this is the slowest and the most methodical you guys will ever see me being, which I don't know if that's a good thing. So again, here you can see this is one of the presets that I was playing with. I have like my own custom. I liked how I made it look on this guy. So now I have to wait for this to generate. So I click the OK button and it goes through. And while we're waiting for that to go through, then maybe I'll go back to DaVinci and we'll look up the next one here. 0739 is the file name. So then I go to Photo Mechanic. And in Photo Mechanic, I look for 0739. And in the image info, I'm able to actually see the ISO and stuff. So then here I can see 0739 ISO is actually 200. It's a 6K file at 60 frames per second. And I shot this with the 4.5 400 lens and 5600 white balance. This seems like a little bit overkill. Low base, he said, I spent my stream last night and a couple hours this morning finishing my image competition assistant. Whoa, hold on. There's a lot of words there. Finishing my image competition assistant app migration to GPT-5. What? So you're saying there's an image competition, or do you mean, is it like a composition thing, or what do you mean competition? An image competition assistant app migration to GPT-5. Yo, if you can give a little bit more context, because you say the results are really good, but I'm not sure what we're talking about. An image competition assistant that is migrating, and you're migrating this assistant. Okay, so you have an app that you've created and that does like something to do with image quality stuff, and then you're migrating it over to GPT-5. And hello, Nico. Nico, by the way, I think you are at the top of our point system. And tomorrow is the last day. Tomorrow is going to be day 60, where we will look at who is at the top of the leaderboard, and then I will update my my OBS, everything, to show who is the top PP. So as of now, Nico, if you hold on to it, you will overtake B Connolly, who has been the biggest PP for some time, and you'll be the new one. So just as an FYI. So make sure you don't gamble it all away and lose it like he did. Or unless you want to, go big or go home. Low base, you said, are you familiar with the PPA, Professional Photographers of America? I think I actually am, because, or no, wait. There's some kind of photography thing where there's like an insurance program where you can get your camera equipments insured. And I thought it was something to do with like the Professional Photographers of America or something to that effect. And it was a bummer to find out that even as an American citizen, since I'm not in the States right now, I don't qualify for this insurance. Because that's one thing I've been struggling to figure out, is how to get all my equipment insured, like at a business level. It's been a nightmare trying to figure this out. So Nico, you said, wow, what did BC do with his peepees? He gambled it all away. He let his peepees get too big, His head got too big, as you would say. And, how the mighty fall, they say. 0739. Okay, 0739. 07. There you are. 200, 6K, 5600, 400. Okay, so this is the same. Oh, wait, no, I already did this one. Whoops. I did this one already. 0738. $200 for 6K. Okay, so these are all the same. So 0738. Same settings. Let's jump over to Lightroom again. And let's paste in the settings. Do 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 do. Low base, you've gambled it all away. Actually, how many points do I have? Oh, and keep in mind, if you are someone who ends up watching my stream across YouTube, Twitch, or Kick, whatever, you do collect points differently across all the platforms. So, okay, so Low Base, you said the PPA has a really solid insurance program. The app that I wrote allows you to upload an image. It will be scored according to their image competition guidelines. What is their image competition? It's meant to help people prepare for competition. Even if you're not a PPA member, it gives excellent critiques. You can try it if you want to. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. I don't do a lot of photo contests, or I don't do photo contests. I've done a handful like maybe 5 years ago or something, but it's not something I've been necessarily focused on. I am trying to do like the film contest. So if I can do a photo, or no, if I can figure out how to submit my documentary to like a film contest or a film festival, that would be really cool. Let's do slot. Is it slots or slot? Slot 60, slot 50. It's either slot or slots. Let's try both. Slots 50. Okay, so it's slots. Okay, so I lost 50 pp on one of them. Ooh, and I won 150 on the other. Hells yeah. Low Base, you said, if I could get a link permit, I'll give you the link and you can see if you agree with the critiques or not. Sure, let me know. I'm curious, what do they say? It's always interesting with these things because it's like a subjective concept, right? But then like it's interesting to think, what are their guidelines? Yeah, I don't know the last time I did like a... If we get some epic photo of like a lion doing something crazy or whatever, then we should probably enter a photo contest. But the problem is like these photo contests, I will say I've been a little bit jaded by some of them. Just like from some of the back and forth or some of the behind the scenes stuff I've heard about some photo contests, not all of them, but there is a lot of there's a lot of like bias. There's a lot of like shadiness sometimes. There's a lot of like, you know, people win because they're friends with some judge, or sometimes these photos that people take, they're like pretty much staged, but it still gets good awards. So I don't know, it's not like and again, I'm not saying like every photo contest is like this, but there seems to be like a lot of prestigious ones or like decent ones, because it is a subjective art form. Oftentimes it could just be like, does the judge happen to like what you shot? Is there a true like double blind procedure involved of like not knowing who submitted this photo and like not, you know, like not knowing the, I don't know. It's a yeah. I think if there's like a photo contest that's even the ones that, if you could say it's based on how many likes someone provides to you, or like if it's for the public, right? The problem is even then, like you could end up manipulating that based on if you have a big following, or I don't know. It's just weird for me to think that people, it's like if you win a photo contest, it means you're good. But if you don't win a photo contest, it doesn't necessarily say anything about your skills. But unfortunately, I think sometimes a lot of us will put so much weight behind becoming an award-winning or like a, you know, a winner of these contests. And I think it sets bad, it could set bad precedent or a bad mindset, I guess. Do. Okay, we'll do this one. Okay, so Low Bass, you said, oh yeah, it's super political. Hey, Low Bass. I see there's someone on the Twitch side. Oh, it got banned. Nice. Sorry, I didn't see it on the Twitch chat. I was looking at Restream and I was like, oh wait, this guy is sending some spam. I wonder if the bot took care of it. So the Seri bot removed it. Interesting. Low Base, he said, I do think the PPA does have really good criteria. It's as close to objective as it gets, but obviously you're subject to the judge's personal preferences. If you want to give me that link permit, I can give you the link. What do you mean? I have to give you a... I'm confused. I have to give you something? If you want to give me that link permit, I can give you the link. Nico, you're asking, are you editing the photos from your last photo shoot? Yes. I'm trying to multitask here, But basically, these are some of the shots from the photo shoot I did for a friend who's started her own company. It's like a clothing brand for like golf themed, like, you know, high fashion golf clothing, I guess. I don't know the first thing about golf, but really, like, the quality is really good. She designed it herself and everything. It's like so cool to see like what she was able to do, right? Very, very inspirational. But yeah, so then I got to help out with taking the product shots for them. These are a bit more of the creative shots of just like things that they can post on social media and such, of some of the models with their clothing on, that kind of stuff. And I'm using Dehancer to, yeah, try to make the photo pop a bit more. And in the meantime, I'm also doing this really tedious task of looking at every file that I might use for our product review. 0736. Zero 736 ISO 800. Is that 6K, 60p, f2, 85 mil, 5600. Yes, to allow links, type !permit. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, permit low base guy. Okay, low base, you have 60 seconds to post a link. Jesus. Oh, good thing you're on top of it. Okay. Welcome to Low Base's PPA style image competition AI assistant. This tool helps evaluate photographs according to professional photography competition standards. Please log in to access. What do I log in with? You just have to make an account. It doesn't cost anything right now. Okay, cool. Okay, is it okay if I do this later, or could you send me this link in the Discord so I can check it out later? (0732) Because basically my mind is like fractured right now, trying to multitask between two things that I'm doing on screen. And I think if I try to do one more thing in the mix, either my brain will fry or my Mac Studio will fry. And it'll probably it'll be me. This is 0732. ISO 800, f2, 6K. Okay, so all of these are the same. I'm assuming this is going to be the same. 0731 85 200. Oh, no, it's different. Wait, was I looking at the wrong thing? I think I was looking at the wrong thing. Wait, was I? 800 85 f2. Okay, no, that looks good. Okay, but this one is different. Okay, so 0731 is ISO 200, 6K 60, f2 85, 5600. Okay, so this is another good test where I can see I shot. This one was at 200 ISO, and then this one was at 800 ISO. So my understanding is technically the 800 ISO should be the cleaner one, given it's like the actual base ISO. Look at this guy. This chimp looks stoned out of his mind. Low base says, it's okay, exclamation mark vanish. I was wondering if that would work. What is exclamation mark vanish? Should I do that? Vanish. Okay, I didn't know if that works. My boy looks stoned. 0731. Please tell me, am I close to being finished? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're almost done. Well, kind of. I think there's a lot more footage I need to drag in, but at least for the ones I dragged in already. 0709. 85.2, 200, 6K. Okay. 0709 is the same settings across the board. 0708. 200, same thing. 0708, 0707. 200 to 85. Cloudy. Okay, so technically the only difference is the white balance. 08, 0707. 5990, 5990. Oh my goodness. 618, 0618. Where are you? 0618. ISO 800, 6K 60, 4.5 400, and 5990. 613, ISO 200, 0613, 200 ISO, 6K 60, 2.8, 35 millimeter at 5990. Low base, you said no, it's a stream elements command. I was wondering if it would work on Streamlabs too. I see. It times you out for a second and clears all your messages out of chat. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know that that's possible. We are still scratching the surface of like all the tools available as a streamer. 0583. 202, 6K, 135. Okay, different lens. Zero 0583. Oh man, this is one of the few examples of a shot that I took with the 135 f1.8 Plena lens, which is a beautiful lens, but I just ended up not shooting as much with that focal length. 135. $6K 60 at aperture 2, 135. Oh, and another one that I didn't really seem to shoot, or at least the ones that I'd highlighted, I didn't highlight any of the shots taken with the power zoom lens, which is the, 28 to 135 f4 PZ lens. So it seems like I did end up preferring the prime lenses for my shoots. Okay, all right. Let's take a break from this. Let's jump back over to Lightroom. So basically, I want to be able to send some of these photos to her as soon as possible. I've just been so distracted with all of the stuff I'm doing for this product review and a few other things. So I'm trying to catch up on some things here, send it over. Bum, bum, bum. All right, in the meantime, Let's just watch this again.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
So I think right there is probably where I need to cut out a bunch of this stuff and get it where the music tapers off. And that means I'll be at 1 minute 15 seconds, which means like maybe 35 seconds to 40 seconds is used for the travel montage, which I think is a decent length. Because if I have it too long, I feel like it draws attention away from people who just want to watch. I think majority of people who are trying to watch a product review don't necessarily care too much about seeing like the final results. I mean, they do a little bit, right? You need to garner trust and be excitement, but then they want to get into the meat of it. Like, okay, well, tell me the features. Like, why do you think it's good for someone like me? So I think 30 seconds is good. So then roughly here, that means all of this space, we can trim it and get right into the product review. Nico, you asked, when will you post it? It's a good question. I really want to post it as soon as possible, really. But I'm trying to use this video as an example where I can give it to a video editor so that we can, well, basically, I just need to hire a video editor, like a YouTube editor. And so I feel like this is a typical kind of project. Or it's not a typical project, but it's a kind of project I need someone to help me with long term, where I might just sit in front of the camera, record a bunch of talking head stuff, I have some B-roll, and then if I send it over to this editor, can they go ahead and put it together for me? So this is probably a good test, although I'm doing majority of the work, to be fair. Like I literally did put all the voiceovers together properly. I've identified a bunch of the B-roll to be used. Some of it I haven't, so I'll send all the B-roll as well separately, and then it's really up to the editor to then figure out what kind of animations, visual effects, transitions, stuff like that to use. But yeah, I think it's generally all there, and that probably will be similar to how I need support from an editor anyways, where I will do maybe 50% of the work, kind of, or like I'll film myself, I'll have the script, and then I'll need to send over those files to them. I'm not sure. We're so new to this space. But yeah, assuming that person needs maybe 1 to 2 days to then put it together, that means if I can get all this done by tonight, if I can send it over to them by tonight or tomorrow morning, then by the end of the weekend, maybe we'll have something that I can post. So I wish I could have gotten this done sooner, but the thing is that I didn't have access to the ZR until like a few days ago, right? Because basically I was waiting for Nikon to see if they can let me borrow the camera again so that I can film everything, take some of the product shots and all that. So I didn't have access until like a few days ago, and then it's been taking me some time to like process everything. So, but we're in a good spot. I think we tested out the audio stuff. We have some really cool moments in the product review that I don't think a lot of other reviewers, okay, let's be fair and reasonable. The reviews that are out there right now by the big YouTubers, they're already the best kind of reviews. Like, if you need a review of this camera, you should definitely not watch my review. Like, their reviews are much more thorough. it breaks down everything. They got really good examples. So yeah, nothing I'm doing in my review is necessarily something that the others haven't done. The kind of thing that maybe differentiates is the fact that I am trying to tailor this towards saying, like, you're going to hear a review from someone that is probably more in line with who this camera is for. So like an aspiring amateur, videographer, filmmaker type. So from the perspective of someone that actually feels like this camera was made for them, I think that might be slightly different, because a lot of the big YouTubers, they're like beyond, right? Those are like, generally speaking, they're probably much more experienced. They are more technical and all that kind of stuff. So you're hearing from an amateur being like, oh, this camera was made for me. And then separately, some of the examples that I'm using, I feel like arguably could be some of the best examples that are probably out there right now of testing out some of the features, like the IBIS, like showing how good is the stabilization. What better example than showing someone hand holding the camera, walking backwards with the camera in hand on a bumpy, covered forest path where you're tripping over things, and having a cool subject as well. So like having something that's not boring, but also testing out the stabilization. I feel like mine has to be a contender for one of the coolest ways to test that out. So at least there will be some of those kind of highlights. Same thing with the audio test. Compared to maybe some of the other videos that are out there, I do feel strongly that the examples that I have showing the 32-bit float in action are probably some of the craziest stress tests you might see, right? Like being able to have some crazy, like the chimps that are screeching into the camera in like omnidirectional, right? So like, I think I'll probably put this in stereo mode for the audio, because that way, if someone does put their headphones on, you can actually hear the screeching coming in from the right, going to the left. You can almost get a sense of how far away some of the screeching is compared to the close ones.
I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief.
Yeah, so I think those are some of the features in my video that hopefully will be the most exciting to kind of showcase the top features. Otherwise, yeah, like if you want to know the technical details, this video is not for you. It's like the big guys are the ones you want to listen to, right? And then, yeah, I think I do a good test here of the shotgun microphone and the other features. I actually haven't seen any of the other reviewers talk about the shotgun mic. So in a sense, it's kind of gone under the radar, right? Maybe it's because they didn't have access to the shotgun mic. I'm not sure. But technically, I did film a lot with the shotgun mic. So maybe that's a different feature that isn't in the other product reviews. Yeah, I think that's about it. And then like my complaints, generally speaking, like the issues that I have are in line with other people, what they've said, right? So the single slot for the memory card, the placement near the battery for overheating potentially, actually, and then the ones that I haven't heard other people talk about too much is the power button, and a little bit about like the fewer physical buttons. So yes, Kimbap. Good boy. Sniff the finger. Lick the finger. Scratch. Good boy. Okay, you had your fun. Okay, so we got the product shots. There's so much work to making these freaking videos. I don't know. I don't know how these professional YouTubers do it. Well, I'm assuming the bigger ones, they must have a team at this point, right? Like dedicated editors and all that kind of stuff. But obviously everyone, when they started off, it's like the fact that I'm assuming even all the big YouTubers, they probably started off solo, right? They had to prove it to the world and all that kind of stuff. So it is really impressive that as I'm learning more about how to make these videos, I see the amount of work that's required, and it's just like it is beyond. I don't know. I think sometimes maybe people think of being a YouTuber and think of it as like an easy job, or maybe not. Maybe that's just my bias. But definitely, as I've been kind of entering into this world, I'm like, yo, there's so many things that you have to do before you actually publish a video, right? But yeah, okay. So I think we got these guys. Dun, 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 dun. Let's drag these guys over. Dun, 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 dun. All right, are these all the footages? Am I missing anything? Let's see. Let's go to my video. So we have this shot. I don't think we have the kingfisher, but we got... Oh yeah, I don't have any of the monitor lizards.
Baron.
Do you have a favorite?
I have several, but I think
Oh, and then I forgot. I need to throw these guys in. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, I probably just need to lift the shadows a bit on this one. It is quite dark. And we're just going to zoom in a little bit to crop out some of the... Basically, you're watching me try to figure out how the F do I do a product shot properly. Problem is, there's a lot of noise here. So I feel like I will need to apply a bit of the noise reduction. But there can be, you can see here, there's all these weirdness happening with the noise reduction, so I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, there's a little bit like weird distortion and stuff. Let's see if this makes it look better or worse. Okay, we'll keep with this for now. And then let's copy over, how much did we zoom? 1.08. Okay, should be good. Let's check it out. Okay, I think that's decent. So these are all the product shots. Why can't I get the colors to match? Okay, so we got all the product shots and then some of the things where I was playing around with the buttons. So then these are all potential B-roll. Same with these behind the scenes. And okay. Let's start being a bit more organized now. And then also let's try to apply the same color grading to some of these shots. Jesus, there's a lot of work here. See, this is what I'm like, I need to figure out, and obviously I'll need to talk to like potential prospective video editors, but if I'm doing most of the work, in the sense of like, if I'm doing all the color grading and stuff, hopefully that means they don't have to spend as many hours editing. So maybe it's a bit more budget friendly. Nope. Let's see. How do I easily do this? Copy, paste. I don't even know what I copy this one. Nothing's happening so far. Oh, okay, I'm on the wrong one. Okay, this is what I meant to copy. Yeah, so from here, let's say if I copy over the balance. Yep. Anything with exposure? Nothing. Curves, yes, but curves usually I'll have to do it separately. I just need to copy over all the things that adjust the colors. Okay. Yo, what did I just do there? There's got to be a faster way to do this. Okay, so now this should have all of the settings as I like it, except for maybe I just gotta lift the shadows a bit, stuff like that, but so these colors are like more the kind of colors maybe I prefer. So I guess this would be considered maybe the color grading aspect of it. I actually do like the colors that come straight from the camera in the red color science. But in terms of my preference, right? My style, I tend to like it looking like this. So trying as much not to have it look too much like it's like a duotone concept where you see a lot of warm colors with the green colors, the cool ones. So obviously you will see that whenever you see the dirt path, that will be more on the warm side, but it's kind of like a wet, it's like a damp coloring to it. So it's very low light wetness to it. And same with the grass, right? Like the leaves, the foliage has like a wetness to it. It's like dark. Yeah. So I think these colors fit more with my style. Okay. So let's carry it over to this one. So yeah, maybe this is good before and after. So here, this is kind of without anything. I don't believe anything's been applied to this. Yeah, so this is literally just with the color space transformation. So this is when it's been converted properly from the log format. And then if we were to apply this directly, so from these colors, this is more, I guess, in line with what I like. Slightly darker if possible, but we'll see. Keeping in mind that things will drop down in colors later. Do 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 do. Yeah, so something like this. Alright, this one's a little too dark. And this is where apparently I edited incorrectly, right? So this is where we had the whole conversation how I should have been shooting at like a higher ISO, so I should have trusted the higher base ISO of 6400 so that the waveform should be much higher as opposed to just shooting it where I thought was like good though. So in hindsight, if I could have reshot this, I would have shot it with 6400 ISO so that it'd be brighter, but then it'd be much easier for me to, drop, darken the shot as opposed to brightening it. Hello, Rad Lens. Rad Lens. Hello, hello. I'm going to assume based on your name, Rad Lens, are you a photographer? If you are, welcome, welcome. Even if you aren't, welcome, welcome. We are just editing. I'm just doing a bit of like color correction and grading to some of the footages that I took with the new Nikon ZR. So we are working on a product review for that camera, and it's in a good spot. I've done all the recordings. I have all the B-rolls and the product shots. And now I'm just trying to see, I'm working on the opening scene where I have like the soundtrack identified and we got to create a nice montage for it. And I'm trying to start to organize all the B-roll shots into something that I can maybe export. And we want to hire a video editor. So I want to be able to export all this so that I can give it to an editor. Hopefully they can download it properly because this is going to be a heavy file, right? These are like a 6K. Most of this are like 6K shots, which maybe I can drop it down to like a 4K quality. But yeah, so anyways, that's what we're working on. So welcome, welcome. Thank you for being in the chat and for being here. What you are watching me do is I just wanted to start color grading some of the shots so that it's a bit consistent with my style. And then this one is a little bit too dark, so. Boo, 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 boo. And you can probably notice I'm using the Dehancer on these shots, hence why we get a little bit of that, what do we say it's called? Halation and bloom effect. So it's a bit dreamlike, which I think kind of fits. What is more surreal than having a freaking chimp with another chimp on its back approaching you, you know? So we're keeping with the bloominess, but I might need to drop the shadow just a bit. And then here, let's lift it up a bit. Okay. Rad, you said glad to be here. Do you have an editor that you work with regularly, or do you source through sites like Fiverr? I do not have any editors. I've used an editor for some things in the past, but like for like 2 or 3 smaller projects, which I haven't actually published yet. But yeah, I think we're looking. I don't know. I keep saying the collective we. I view all of you guys as a we. Like we're doing this together, which is true in many ways. But yeah, I'm looking for an editor that I could essentially work with long term, because I think I'm at the juncture where I have to make that decision. Do I want to keep doing this all on my own, or if I want to be successful as a long term, YouTuber, content creator, live streamer, whatever it is, I have to have an editor. I think it's necessary because I am not pumping out content fast enough to justify continuing doing this without making changes. So outsourcing to someone who can then help me create content faster just makes sense. So from a business standpoint and personally. So I have reached out through Upwork. So I made a job posting on Upwork, and I did get a number of really qualified people. And so now I'm just trying to, before I kind of proceed with them, I'm trying to put all of these shots ready to export, because I know the other option is generating a proxy file, which I haven't done yet. I'll look into that. But either way, I want to see if I can get all the files ready for me to export into like maybe a 6K quality. And then one of the options would be that I can hand these B-roll shots as well as the skeleton, because I essentially have the video skeleton prepared, right? I have all the voiceovers accurately placed, and some of the B-roll I've already applied where I know these have to be the visuals. But yeah, so I think I want to export all this, send it to an editor, and then see if they can help me with the finishing touches, like doing any of the visual effects, soundtracks for the majority of the video, any text overlays, you know, punchy transitions, stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot of work though. Oh my God. It's like even just to prep the work to give to an editor feels like I need an editor to do this for me as well. So, but obviously I'm doing this as a trial run, so I'm like trying to simplify some things and see if they can do the rest. And then, yeah, we'll kind of validate the quality afterwards. But because this one, I want to make sure this is the best job possible, because it is for a really cool launch. Not often do I get access to a camera or a product before it's been launched, right? So I'm in a new territory here. I'm a very small YouTuber. I'm a very small content creator. So the fact that I've been handed this this golden goose, if you will, with a limited number of golden eggs, but it's like, hey, here you go. What can you do with it? I do want to make sure I do a really good job with this product review. Radlens, I don't know if you have seen any of my content before, but if you will see pinned to all the chats, you will see the 5-minute short documentary film that I had made shooting with the Nikon ZR. So if you would like to see what I was able to create with it, it's there. I'm really proud of it. Basically, I spent 3 days in Uganda filming with the ZR. And then I basically, within like 5 to 7 days, I put the short film together. And we do have enough content to make it like a 10-minute, 15-minute documentary, or even longer, technically. It's just with the time constraints and the deadlines and everything, we kept it at 5 minutes. But yeah, hopefully you enjoy it. And now we're going to do the product review for it, and then we'll make a video of like a behind the scenes of making the documentary as well. But to do all of that, I need a freaking video editor, because clearly I'm way too slow to do it myself. So Rad, you said you still want it to be yours. It's your work that's carried you this far. Yeah, and that's been one of the biggest struggles. And I've heard this advice before, for like, think of it as like, I have to view myself as a small business. And if I treat myself as a small business and not like I'm doing something as a hobby, then to be professional, sometimes you feel like doing everything yourself is a strength, right? It's like people are like impressed. They're like, oh, wow, you did the filming, you did the scripting, you did the editing. That's amazing. And it, like in many ways, I'm proud of it. I enjoy it more than anything. However, if I now view myself as a business, that's how I know my business will fail. If I continue having the stubborn attitude that I have to do everything myself. So I have to learn to relinquish some of the creative process to someone else, right? And like build a team, because otherwise, if I keep trying to do this on my own, I'm going to be so slow. Everyone else will do laps around me, and I'll get left behind. So even if it means I have to start committing real money into hiring someone to help me out, it's a part of the business, right? And I have to think of it as a business. So that's what you're watching me struggle with. If you've been watching, not you in particular, I think you're new, but if you have seen any of my streams, because this is our 2nd month of streaming, right? We're on day 58 of streaming. Wait, no, day 59, whatever, 58 or 50, day 59, I believe. Yeah, this whole time, it's just been really fun because I'm using the stream to show the behind the scenes. How do I make my content? And I've been learning so much from people in the chat who contribute and let me know and give advice. But yeah, if I'm going to be good at this, I have to be faster. So Rad, you said, I'll take a look. I just did a search for co-working photo editing, so I'm new here. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, we are doing photo edits at the same time. So I'm kind of multitasking here because I did a photo shoot very recently. For a friend who's starting a clothing company for golf. It's like a high fashion golf wear. So I am multitasking here where I'm just trying to edit some of these shots that I had shortlisted. And I'm using something called Dehancer. And so Dehancer reached out to me to test on mostly for video editing, I believe. However, Dehancer works on like all the editing softwares, including for photo. So we're testing it out, and I really do like it, even in this very, very small test that I'm doing. So I just put in the link. If you would like to purchase Dehancer, you use my promo code and it will help me out, and you get 10% off. So it's a win-win. But yeah, so we do a little bit of photo editing as well. Now keep in mind, Rad, this is not my normal, this is not what I normally do in terms of like photography. I'm more of a wildlife and travel photographer. This is something I've done for the first time, doing like an in-studio photo shoot. So I appreciate the trust that my friend had in in hiring me to be the photographer for this event, for the shoot. But yeah, so to give you a sense, here is the opening. This is like very, very rough, right? We need to add the sound effects. I have to do some other stuff with it, but anyways.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
So then that's where the montage piece will go, where I put all the best footages from this trip, and then we kick back into the talking head stuff. But yeah, so I do more of like these kind of wildlife. I got really into wildlife stuff in the past maybe 3 to 4 years. And then I started doing wildlife with videography for the past 2.5 years or so. And then YouTube I started up a year ago. And live streaming I started 2 months ago. So we've been trying to, yeah, I'm like doing a lot of things at once, which is very fun for me, right? And I've been out of corporate world for like the past 2 years. So we've been trying to make everything work and do this in a sustainable manner. But yeah. Rad, you said, I 100% understand that. The hard part I find is articulating what I want to others when it comes intrinsically to me, but putting in the effort to be able to delegate some other task is worth it, so I'm told. I'll let you get back to work. Thanks for chatting. No, I appreciate it. Listen, I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't want people to chat with me, right? So I work at my pace, and if I need to be super focused, then I'll just not stream. But it's been really fun on the streams, and never feel bad if you're distracting me or asking questions and stuff. I very much enjoy it. That's why we're here. But yeah, I definitely get the sentiment of what you're saying. And part of this is like a little bit of hubris on my part. Part of it is I am somewhat of a perfectionist, and I am also, what's that negative term? A micromanager. I don't know if I'm a true micromanager, but I'm someone that's like super, super detail oriented when it comes to like the projects I work on. And I get a bit OCD, right? If I see some details off. And so probably if you're an editor working for me, if I notice it, I'll probably like call it out. Sometimes I make a keynote presentation where I literally put actually, you know what? Should I share some of that? Let me see. Can I find it? Give me a second. This might be fun for me. All right, I'm gonna see. See, Rad, I'm already getting distracted, but it's fun. It's fun for me. I'm gonna see if I still have access to these keynotes, because I usually put things back into Dropbox. I take it off my PC. Where would it be? This would be under commission work, maybe. Okay, I think I found stuff. Logo animation. Finalize logo. Dun, 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 dun. All right, give me a second. I apologize for me doing stuff off the screen here. I'm trying to find the right example. And my organization skills is not the best. Nope, not that. Mm-mm-mm. Where would I have put this? Ah, okay. I think I found it. Under the scenes opener. Okay, I think I found it. Okay. Well, thank you for being patient as I'm doing this random thing outside of what I was supposed to do. All right, so here's an example where I hired an editor to help me create a nice like opener that I could use, possibly for YouTube, and then ultimately I ended up using it for my live streams. So let me go ahead and play it for you guys real quick. Yeah, so that's my little opener. And so I worked with someone on Fiverr, I think it was, to help me put that together. So I sent a bunch of the footages, and then I ultimately ended up reworking the entire soundtrack. I didn't like the sound effects he had used and everything. Not his fault. I had given him some samples and stuff. But yeah, ultimately I changed everything there. But in terms of like, okay, he create, you know, at one point he gives me a draft. And so here's things what I was doing. Like I would take a screen grab of one of the quick seconds. So then I would say, like, I like this effect. Can we have a different visual for each section? See my suggestions. The gorilla is a video clip in my travel. Yeah. So basically I basically put in some other footages on top to show him like, okay, I want separate images for each of them. And then I said, I like this effect when we have different photos. See my suggestions. So same thing here. I'm literally putting in frame by frame what should be like the middle shot. The gorilla should be on the left shot, Shoebill on the middle shot. Because I think before he had like the line across all three. And then here's the third frame where it's like, okay, now you show the chimpanzee on the right. So I literally would take screen grabs of my own footage, try to overlay it into key sections and be like, okay, can you now put these things all together? And then here I was like at 0.2 seconds, I like the transition effect, the visual of the tiger, but after the second white flash, can we switch from the tiger to a lion during doing a similar pose, but in reverse? So yeah, I'm like super like nitpicky. I'm like literally creating a presentation deck to send over to them and be like, okay, here, yeah, instead of repeating the same image when it slides up, put in the new image here. What else did I say? At 5 seconds, after the shot of me in the jungle and the word travel appeared, let's add 2 more seconds of footage. The first second should be cultural shots. You can use some of the suggestions I have here. And so then I would literally take screen grabs of all of these potential shots that I had for him to use for the additional 2 seconds on culture, right, after the travel section. The last second can be similar. Please change out the images for the ones I suggest in the next slide. So then here, basically, I literally put in... Yeah, so anyways, we're going down a different rabbit hole here. But yeah, when you're working with me, it might end up becoming super... I don't know what it would be like to work for me or work with me. It either will be the most annoying thing in the world, because it's like a feeling of micromanagement / like, you know, really, man, you're going to ask for every detail to be changed and you're sending me essay paragraphs of like what you want done. So I can imagine may not be the most enjoyable to work with me. But on the flip side, the quality, I do stand by the quality. I do feel that the suggestions I have or the feedback I put in, I think they're not usually bad feedback. I feel like there's a good reason behind most of the things I ask for. And so then if you are patient, if you are able to work with someone like me, I hope that means that the end result is something that everyone's proud of. You know what I mean? And like again, the opener that I just played, that was drastically different from the first few examples that he had created. And so it was nice that I was able to apply my DNA to it. It might be annoying for him that it's less his style and more like I'm infusing mine, but then the final result ends up becoming something that was co-created, and hopefully something that's new, you know, and like and good. So all right, anyways, that was one quick example where I would create this keynote, I'd send it over, and then like, yeah, we'd work to that extent. Okay, where were we? So all of that to say, Rad, I agree with you. I agree your sentiment, and delegating is tough, but it's necessary. So I need to be better at delegating. I need to be better at trusting the person that I'm working with, but I will be fair to myself a little bit. And probably because I am so nitpicky and all that, I just haven't found an editor that I feel I can trust, that I actually believe has the creative chops, the everything else, right? Where I feel it's not just your technical skills, but it's someone that I feel like if I hand you a bunch of a bunch of ingredients, like if I had handed you all of these raw footages, could I trust you to then put it together in a way that really feels compelling and, you know, impactful? And the few attempts that I've had to hire an editor, I just haven't gotten that extra, you know, that extra oomph of like, this person will actually do something without me suggesting it and actually makes it better, right? Like, and someone that I feel inspired by when I see their work or what they do, I'm like, whoa, how'd you do that? And like, oh, that's so cool. I never thought of that. Or someone who then proactively makes suggestions back to me to be like, oh, I think you should do this. Or, you know, I think from watching your stream or like some of the raw files you have, I can turn that into a really cool concept. And yeah, anyways. And the big disclaimer I have to always say is that this is not me coming from a place of saying what I do is exceptional. It's just like I have a certain style, and yeah, it's like I'd like to find someone who can match the style and then build on top of that. So anyways, where were we? Okay, so I was going through these files, and let's go back to the photo edit. Let's copy this. I do really like this Dehancer for photos. I don't know. It's because I don't do a lot of people edits, to be fair. Like I said, I do a lot of like wildlife related stuff. So it's kind of nice to see the effects of the film emulation for people. Nico says, I have to study. Good night and see you tomorrow. Well, thank you again, Nico, for always being here consistently, and I appreciate your presence. And best of luck to you in terms of whatever you're studying for. I think you told me and I forgot. I think it was maybe math or something. But yeah, best of luck to you. So yeah, for these kind of creative shots, I am applying a bit of grain to the shot. And that's one of the features of Dehancer. So it's like a 35 millimeter equivalent graininess. Okay, we'll edit this one. Man, we have so many footages here. Da, 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 da. Okay, so we've edited these guys. I guess we'll edit these as well. But I won't do too much on this one. Da, 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 da. It's good enough. I think that's fine. These shots I'm not as concerned about because these are like the behind the scenes shots. They're not shots taken with the ZR, so I don't necessarily need to like show it off in the best of light. It's just making sure there's nothing over or underexposed. Otherwise, we keep it as is. Oh, you know what? Let's triple task. Okay, so we're doing a duo task right now, but we're going to do a triple task session. Let's open up art list. Oh, I have to log back in. ¿Por qué? Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, I want to find new music that we can add to our playlist, our stream playlist. Give me new music.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where.
Why is it so loud?
Trust me, I hear what
I knew it was gonna happen too.
what you're telling me. I'm curious, George. I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse. I'm ready for war. I'm coming for throats to turn to a ghost. I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver and signs to let
I think I'm gonna download this just because Curious George.
some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, how to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me. They're not double up again, none of their nose, none of them cold. They just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close. I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke. I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where. I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George. I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse. I'm ready for war. I'm coming for throats. To turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me. They need a blade and a sheath, a shank and a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they will lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where. I need everything.
Okay, I just got done saying I'm not gonna edit. I don't really need to edit these too much, but I kind of like these LUTs, so let's see.
I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where. I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George. I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse. I'm ready for war. I'm coming for throats. To turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
I kind of like this. The only issue is, Rad, you said that bass drop though? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, one issue I'm seeing with some of these shots, I'm trying to avoid any other brands, and unfortunately it looks like my hat has a little logo on there. So, if it's noticeable, I might have to remove it. This one is pretty blurry, so I think we can use that. But some of these shots, yeah, I might have to, unfortunately, cut it out from, at least for this video. Hello, Yobel. I was about to say hello, Yobel, because I was reading your message. Hello, Datore. How are you doing? How is everything? We're doing a triple tasking right now. So we're listening to new music on Artlist, editing for the product review, and I'm also trying to edit some photos from a recent photo shoot that I did. I need 2 hours to install my new photo printer. That was hard. Ah, like a photo printer, like... Interesting. I've never owned a photo printer, so... I'm assuming it must be pretty expensive? Okay, I like this song. It's like my jam. Give me more of this Da Boom Jiggle. What a what a name. You know what? Bonus points for calling this song Da Boom Jiggle. All caps. We are downloading this. And we're gonna put this under... It kind of feels like a hype song, but it's more of a jazz funk. So we'll put this under jazz funk. But then I'll put it also in my fried rice playlist, which is kind of a mix of everything. Hence why we call it fried rice. The price is okay. Okay. What kind of photos are you going to be printing, though? Damn. Yo, the vibes have changed drastically from one song to the next to the next. Whoops. Damn, this is a good shot too, but unfortunately that logo's... I guess someone who's better than me would know how to remove this cleanly, but I think the amount of time it would take me to do that is too much time. Because only for prints in postcard format, but that is enough. I have another for a bigger one. Oh, nice. I would love to own my own photo printer for sure. Okay, we can use this one. Unfortunately, we can't use that clip. This one is not the cleanest either. $6K 60. Okay, let's slow this down. I like this song. Okay, this shot works. Once we slow it down, it looks nice. And I like this song. We'll put it in our poppy music, pop playlist. It's not like my typical type of music I listen to. But if we're ever in a pop mood, we got one. Okay, the colors don't look as good here. Oh yeah, you know, that's one thing I should do now. Let's stabilize all the footages. All right, this is definitely a hype song. It's okay hype song. I don't know if it's good enough to make our playlist, okay? Our playlist is some special stuff, okay? I don't think we need this program anymore, so let me close that. And what the hell is this song? What? Okay. It's called Saturday Shopping, and the mood of the song doesn't match the artist name. Or initially, I read Young Rich, so I thought it was going to be some kind of like rapper song. Clearly not. Move on. Okay, that's good. This might be a little too moody, right? Although I like it, but I think probably the natural colors are better. What do we think? Let's see. Let's try that. Yeah, we'll just go back to the normal one. Okay, what do I think of this song? It's like a build-up song. I'm trying to think, what could I use it for any of my YouTube videos? I'll download it. It's got a cinematic feel to it. Like, I feel like I could probably end up using it for something. Like, some kind of dramatic thing. I don't know what.
Tryna find love, know it's hard to keep. Even when it get tough and you wanna leave. Take a look into your eyes where I find reason. Writing love letters with my broken English. Conversate with a sail. I'm wishing you well. Set the time and place and I'll meet you there. Be right there. Be right. I'll be right. Stumbling up the stairs. Please come, I need help. Can't do this alone. Show me that you're there. We've been through so much in the past week. Can we start afresh, leaving in last week? Cause I'm so gone. Fighting them temptations and that old phone. They've been trying to separate us so long. But I want you in my life, can't do it solo. Cause nobody was meant to be by the
I kind of like this song, but it's not my general style, I guess. What would you call this? It's kind of like a R&B style to it. It's a little too like yeah, it's a little too R&B for me in the sense that like too lovey-dovey, if that makes sense. I think it's the same reason I usually don't like the pop music as much, because it feels too like romancy. Okay, I think this is good. Maybe I should just be a video editor. Maybe I should put myself on Upwork. And then if I charge by the hour, because then it'll be like, it'll take me like 50 hours to finish one simple task. And then it's like, oh, sorry, it's by the hour. Doo-doo-doo. I don't know how to feel about this song. It's got like a truck vibe to it, or like the Ford F-150 commercial. This feels like a song that would play for it. I kind of like it though. I'm not gonna lie. It's the American in me. But I don't think it fits any of the playlists that I have, so we'll move on. Oof. I hate songs that sound like this. I wonder why. Okay, let's take a break from this, do some more photo edits. I need to find a way to just get access to music without getting copyright struck. I would love to be able to just listen to some real music again, you know, like Spotify stuff or... Let's keep working through this as well. Okay, there's like 2 shots. So I think one from here. Probably from there, just because once we crop a bit. So from here. Probably to like there. And then maybe from here. Okay, so we'll use these 3 shots. And then we'll slow all 3 down to 40%. And stabilize. What is this, like a Halloween song? Oh, I have this one downloaded already.
You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Lions, tigers, bears are my king of the jungle. I stand for the pride. Beat on my chest, that's the rhythm inside. I got so much heart on.
Jeez. We had some good wins with the songs, and then some are just like, come on, man. Rad Lens thought of a random question. I have a 35mm and a 105mm prime that I use in my photography. I've been thinking about expanding some of my video stuff. If I could only add one to the roster, do you think an 85 or 50 would serve me better? Did I just turn it up or down? Damn it, I can't tell. Let's just pause that for a second. So you have a 35 and a 105. So if you were to get something for video, I think, ooh. I feel like 85 is just such a good. But then if you have a 105, okay, I got you. Okay, well, in terms of my shoot, so for this whole documentary that I made, I would say majority of the time I shot with an 85 or a 400. But the 85 ended up being my go-to lens for most of like everything I was filming. 50 what do people say? So 50 is supposed to look the most natural in terms of like it's mirroring a little bit of like what our eyes can see in terms of our focal length when we're looking around. So it's probably the closest to being like a natural look, but some people view that as also being a boring look because then you don't get that nice compression or like a more artistic style. I really enjoyed shooting with the 35 with the video. So for instance, the whole chimpanzee in the beginning. So the whole shot here in the beginning, this was all shot with the 35 millimeter. And I felt the 35 was a really good focal length to still have somewhat of a portraiture and like have some nice separation, but then have enough of the environment to make it feel more immersive. Man, I don't know. That's a good question. Because if you already have a 105, I feel like 50, and the other thing is like it depends what you're trying to film, right? Because if you're doing more video stuff, oftentimes having a wider focal length probably serves a better purpose because you need to make sure your shots are not shaky. And if you shoot with a wide angle lens, it just it tends to be a little bit smoother in terms of what you're shooting. It's easier to also stabilize later. Whereas if I'm shooting with like a 400 or 105 or 85, I have to be very careful to be holding the camera stably. Otherwise, any little jerky motion, I have to take care of it later. So I feel like the 35 is going to be good. 50 might be better, to be honest. If you're also just trying to shoot video stuff that's more natural, I guess 50 is supposed to replicate what we see. So then, you're doing exactly that. And you already have the 105 if you need the punch-in shot. So between the 35 for a wide angle, 50 for a normal like go-to look, and then having your 105 as your like when you need a close-up of something. Plus the 50 is cheaper, I'm assuming, compared to the 85. But if you're trying to do video for like client work, or like if you're trying to take videos of like people, like portraits and stuff like that, then yeah, I think I would go with the 85. The 85 just feels so magical as like the focal length when you're like shooting people and any kind of subjects, I feel.
Should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast.
Can't use any of this. That freaking logo is there.
And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna be with you. I just feel like you need to. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
Oh man, that means I can't. Oh, I guess if we do a close-up maybe. Freaking hat. I mean, I'll use it for my other videos, but like I want to keep the product review with just like no other brands in it. Okay, I think that's all the songs here that we like. Christ. All right, new releases. Thanks, Rad said, thanks. I'm in the middle of a e-commerce digital merchandising certificate at my community college, but also realizing that the job listings in the area seem to want new hires that can create content for socials, not just manage product listings. Okay. So are you saying you're doing like video stuff for clients, but like what are you shooting in parts? Like is there a specific product type things that you normally shoot? Yo, why is this shot so shaky? Holy Christ. This might be not salvageable based on the amount of shake that I saw there. Oh my god. Why? What were you doing? Okay, so basically only the ending is usable, which is at least it should be better when we crop again or when we stabilize again. Okay, so what if we cut from here? Man. Listen, I can't blame her too much because we were on really rocky boats. But it's a shame. It's like, this is a nice product shot, but could you have been a little less shaky, you know? Just a little bit. I'm not asking for much. Let's see if we can cut out some pieces from here. Maybe from here? Rad, you said, my experience is in portraiture, but for the last bit I've been working as a product photographer. They have me doing websites and eBay listings, and I've been at it for a few years. Signed up for the course to round out my resume. So I don't have a plan just yet. Versatility is king, I guess. Yeah. I just feel like 85 happens to be... It's quickly become one of my favorite lenses to shoot with. And whenever I do like, so occasionally I'll do like event photography. I don't like advertise myself doing it, but sometimes I'll get some gigs. And for that one, I really do like shooting with an 85mm lens. Yeah. I feel like if I had to lean towards having one that I know I'll use long term, 85 just it's so nice, you know. And you have a 105 already, but like sometimes the 105 is a little too punched in, right? Like, so 85 is a decent given length for portraiture and stuff. Did I delete the wrong one? No, that's fine. Okay, please tell me, just for like a 1 to 2 seconds, tell me this is usable. Because now the Nikon logo is sharp. No. What was going on here? Okay, whatever. Okay, let's just re-stabilize these though. This is a good action shot. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, that's good. Let's see if we want to apply some filter to it. I think I like one of these. Okay, we'll just go with this one. I can't, honestly, they all look fairly similar. Moving on. Oh, I like this artist, Roy Spigler. I know I've downloaded some from this person. Oh, I might have even downloaded this one, apparently. So something we'll do at the very end is I might lift up the shadows a bit. His face might be slightly too dark, but like actually maybe not, because again, my client in this case, her and her brother, they put so much thought into everything, including like which models to choose. So they ultimately ended up choosing him as the second model because he had slightly darker complexion compared to the first guy. So then that way it kind of rounds out between different skin complexions. So yeah, I guess leaning into slightly darker, tanner and then the other one being more fair, or I don't know what, pale, I don't know, whatever terminology. Why did I take so many photos? Jesus. So this will definitely be one of my complaints for Dehancer, is the fact that I have to freaking edit one image at a time. There's no batch concept here as far as I can tell. This is a good one because it's showing, obviously it's holding strong on the eye focus. We see the back screen. We got the shotgun mic. Okay, that's a good one as well. Oh man. Okay, let's crop this a bit. Christ. Come on. Too cheesy. Running in hot.
As luzes piscando, o clima tá pegando fogo. A giga no corpo, é só jogo, jogo, jogo. Jogo, jogo, jogo. Jogo, jogo, jogo. Jogo, jogo, jogo. Jogo, jogo, jogo.
Sounds like a very corporate song. Ooh, I like the beginning for this one. This one has potential. Don't let me down. I think this is a cool behind the scenes shot. I like it. like it. And I like the song. Song is man, it's like an apt title, Hidden Worlds. That's kind of the feel I get. It's like a fantasy, whimsical fantasy movie song. What will I use this song for? I mean, obviously we'll put it into our playlist, but I feel like this is something I could use for one of my YouTube videos. Oh, today's just a chill day, chill day. We're being productive. I need more of these kind of days mixed in, I will say, where I just feel like I'm in the zone, okay? Especially because of how slow I work. So hopefully if you're not hearing me talk for too much, if I'm just like letting the music kind of do its job, it's because I'm trying to be in the zone, seeing if it's a good, if I'm getting some good workflow out of this. So far it is, I think so. What am I listening to here? Pastries and purettes. Let's look on. Try again. But yeah, these behind the scenes shots turn out really good. Okay, so this one maybe I'll put in slow motion because it's a bit shorter of a clip. Okay, that one, I mean, it's okay, but it doesn't really say much. Kind of like this. Colors are nice. Can't really tell the difference, so we're gonna go with Amber 3 this time. And I think we'll leave it as is. Okay, this one's okay, but this one actually we got a decent action shot, you know, like something was happening. So the beat behind the scenes serves a purpose. This one just looks nice. I guess we'll keep it though. Maybe. What kind of song is this? Oh, I have this one downloaded already. Walakata La Linea. What a name. Oh wait, I think do I have this downloaded already? I think I do. Oh, I think I have this one downloaded too. This might be in the pop playlist. Let me see. Talk about it. Talk about it. Oh no, I don't see it. You know what? We're gonna download this one. Hey, let's do a little checkup on my cat real quick. Good boy. Alright, he's doing well. Oh my god. This takes so much time. Jesus. But we're I was about to lie just there. I was like, hey, we're almost done though. Bullshit. We are definitely not. And you guys can probably see now, it's been noticeable, but like it's because I'm like super nitpicky and I do these things where it's like, is it really necessary? To me, it is. So we have no other way to work. So this is a nice close-up shot in action. So hopefully we can stabilize this. Dun, 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 dun. Stabilize. Okay, and then this one we might want to slow it down. Let's see how much we have to work with. Cool, 60 frames per second. So let's drop this to 40% speed. Nice. Same thing here.
I'm a little too into you. Got my head over my shoes, but I like it, I like it. I'm a little too into you. Got me up over the moon, but I like it, I like it. I'm counting colors in your eyes. I'm losing track of all my time. It's like I'm high. Tried not to slip into your blue, but I've been slipping into you. The floor is ice. Ooh, I should know, I should know, I should know better. But that's no fun. So ooh, let me down light as a feather. When you're done, I'm a little too into you. Got my head over my shoes, but I like it, I like it. I'm a little too into you. Got me up over the moon, but I like it, I like it. My head is looping over you like at the bar in my room. It's all the time. Butterflies making a home inside my chest. Ruin my life, but it's the best out of my mind. Ooh, I should know, I should know, I should know better. But that's no fun. So ooh, let me down light as a feather.
Okay, so I'm just checking if there's any warping here because I applied some of the noise reduction. The shot is pretty low light. Looks good. I like it. Almost done. Jesus. You know, the funny thing is, there's a point where I was like, oh, you know what? For these behind the scenes shots, I don't really need to do much in terms of editing them. And then here I am, one clip at a time, editing them to ad infinitum. Let's jump to Lightroom. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'm liking the song because it feels so bizarre. Like how did this artist mix in so many random noises to make it sound good? We're going to add this to our hype playlist. What is this button? Okay, triple tasking. I never said I was good at it, but it is fun for me to do it this way. Okay, so we'll hit the OK button. Let's hop back over to my music. And this guy. Okay, for this one, I think we'll go with the amber. Let's go with this one. And I believe I should be able to slow down all of these guys. Let me see. 6K, no, sorry, 60 frames. 60 frames. 60 frames. That's it. Let's see if this works. Nope. Okay, there we go. So these are all 60 frames. Cool. So what that means is, let me just grab all these guys. Change clip speed to 40% speed. Cool, cool. And then let's stabilize. Good, good, good. Let's grab all these guys. Yes, we have aspirations. I need a freaking team, okay? I want to be like the big YouTubers. Obviously, we gotta prove ourselves first, right? But can you imagine? I want to get to that point where we've got 100,000 subscribers. We've got like a team behind this where someone is doing all the edits. We got someone who captures all the BTS. Okay, that's good. So we have now officially edited all the BTS stuff. So these are all of the potential shots that can be used to show the camera out in the field or myself out in the field. And then we've already done these ones as well. So then these are the additional shots that kind of go through some of the settings that we can use. Okay. And these are two particular shots that I need to keep.
I guess that's true without me involved.
And then these ones we already did, right? So I think we're almost caught up now. So these ones should all be color corrected. Okay, we're gonna test real quick. Can I make this one work? Why does this sound like a Christian song? Ooh. Basically, I'm just trying to apply the colors that I used on some of these chimp shots, seeing if it works on this one as well. I swear, this is like a Christian song. Never mind, it's called End of You. Whatever. Sounded good. Whatever. End of You or I Want You? Okay, I like the colors here, so we're gonna keep that. We'll see if we can extend it to the rest real quick. And then we'll do some fine tuning with the lighting. F you. Oh.
Keep concessions to the popcorn stand. Ain't giving up the life I've got. I'm still betting big on my own hand. But with you, we're both taking the pause. Is it so much to ask for everything and some more? Making moves and cutting loose and loving you, girl. I wanna have my cake and eat it too. I wanna feel that heat and still stay cool. I wanna live my life too good to be true. What I'm trying to say is, I want morning coffee with evening wine. I wanna howl.
Nope, wrong one. Okay. This is a good shot, but let's see, let's see. Okay, I like it. Basically, let me think this out loud. My thought process here is that I want to color grade every single clip so that if I hand this off to a video editor, essentially I'm telling them you don't need to do anything. Just use the clip as you see it. Don't waste any time trying to do any corrections to it. So then hopefully that means they can just focus on some of the other tasks. So then obviously that means I'm doing more work up front. But this is kind of the work that I like doing anyways. And then this means the editor can focus their time on the other things that I can't necessarily do. And then it's cheaper for me because then that's fewer hours that they have to spend doing all the color grading. Win-win, as we say.
A new wind is blowing today. I think I can see the shore. It was so dark yesterday. I never did hope for more. And don't know what came over me the moment you caught my eye.
So usually I don't like songs like this.
I was alone on the sea.
I mean, it sounds good, but it's like, it gives too much of like a melancholic vibe to me. Like depressing vibes, you know?
You saw something there where I
Clappa clappa. This one keeps tricking me into thinking that the it's overexposed just because the hair is so silver.
Don't be surprised, oh baby, it's just me. Don't be surprised, oh when I busted wide.
Looks good though.
Hypnotize you with this ooh-wee. Now you feel like you can fly. I got you sprung up in the springtime. That's all your free time. You don't need no free time. That's you and me time. We be getting
Is this a cover?
that thing makes you so smile. That thing makes you so damn proud. Give me more than just words, more than I deserve. 똑같은 실수이지.
Ooh, I like this one though. That was a Korean song. Ooh, I'm digging into my roots. So I'm kind of breaking my rules here. I mentioned I don't like melancholic kind of songs. This one feels that way. But for some reason, I think because the beat is fast, it doesn't feel too depressing. And I like her voice, so.
너의 말만 들으면 또 모든 게 다 나의 잘못이겠지. 너를 위해 얼마나 노력하는지 몰라도 자꾸 나를 재촉하기만 해. 한 번쯤은 날 좋게 바라봐줄래. 미워도 너의 곁에만 있을게. 반복되는 실수도 가끔 귀엽게 넘어가주면 우리 좋을 텐데.
Interesting.
I don't wanna try so hard to make you stay into my life. Back and forth, I'm running out of ways, I'm running out of days. I'm giving my hopes high, getting nothing right, giving so much when love you to pastime.
I just discovered something, which is groundbreaking for me. Usually I would apply the LUTs after I do all the conversion back to Rec 709, but the colors actually look nicer when I apply some of these LUTs in the early stages during the color correction phase. Obviously here it's a bit too dark though, but I mean that's correct around that. Okay, I can only handle so much of that. Jesus.
You can tell by the shoes and down south blues. A smooth cat like me got nothing to lose, cause I'm an outlaw. Hey, listen, this town ain't big enough for the two of us, man. Come on. Now, if they want that heat, just come through and eat. I got a hot and ready place to knock you off your feet, just like a southpaw. But you cut me off guard with the way you stick and move. I saw you walking in and started straight rock the room with that activity. You got a bright future behind you, baby, I see. Lord have mercy. And then I walked up to you all clean and smooth. I said, will you be my symphony? Beverly, Beverly, E-V-E-R-L-Y. Oh, Beverly, Beverly. You got that something I wanna try. Oh, Beverly, Beverly, E-V-E-R-L-Y. Oh, Beverly, Beverly. I'm head over heels and I can't lie. She had a switch in her walk and the way she talked is like fresh smooth pavement running down the block. She straight shook me. Girl, you smoother than the waves on Redondo Beach, baby. I don't know what to tell you. She said you got good game, but I ain't that easy. Boy, you gotta pay to play. Stop trying to tease me, just book me. Here's my card, baby. Then she slipped a nice card in my top left pocket. She took my world and then she straight up rocked it like Tiffany's. You're pretty like a diamond, baby. I like that. I told her name your price and I won't think twice. Baby, will you be my symphony? Beverly, Beverly, E-V-E-R-L-Y.
Okay.
Oh, Beverly, Beverly. You got that something I wanna try. Oh, Beverly, Beverly, E-V-E-R-L-Y. Oh, Beverly, Beverly. I'm head over heels and I can't lie. Beverly, Beverly, E-V-E-R-L-Y. Oh, Beverly, Beverly. You got that something I wanna try.
Oh, it's already 10 o'clock. We have so much more to do. I don't think I'll pull an all-nighter, but it could be one of those nights. Yo, I like this song. Initially, it sounded too much like an Instagram Reel TikTok song, and it probably still does, but it gets the hype going. So we're gonna put this to our hype playlist.
Vai para o ladinho, toma, vai safada. O bagulho é doido, só sequência de rajada. Então, bota de ladinho, toma essa safada. Ficou viciada aqui é só pintada.
Ooh. Yo, why do the colors look so good there? That looks beautiful. Yeah, I'm just discovering something with these LUTs. I mean, apparently if I apply the LUTs before I do the conversion back to Rec 709, I feel like the LUTs look a lot better. Which my understanding is like that's not how it's supposed to be, right? Or usually you're supposed to do all the more creative coloring stuff at the end. But this looks beautiful.
That's it.
Oh, this might be the last song in our...
Ay, bitch, I'm teed up. Seen pretty looking sexy on a yacht. I kick my feet up. Ho, call me TLC, cause I don't fuck around with no scrubs. My bitch is shaking ass and throwing money in the strip club. Dare that bitch to say my name again. Thinking that she cute, she ain't even close to a 10. Bitch, go bust a move, don't make me say that shit again. She in a trailer, I'm outside parked in a Benz. Bitch, go bust a move, ho. Bust a move, like what you tryna do, ho? What's up with you? I'm off the Julio and juice, ho. I'm in a groove. We can't hang around if you broke. Can't sit with you. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Bussin'.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Cause I'm ALECTRA. Bitch, I'm tooted up. We poppin' from LA to the A. Your ass might be Brazilian. My shit
Storytelling music?
I pick up a check in every city. This my
Okay, let's test with the first one here. Oof, I do not like that. What? Alright, give me a better playlist, please. Do we go for the hype stuff? Rave music? Riz music? Background beats? Cyberpunk. Ooh, let's try that. Slow and steady. Ooh, I might have found the kind of music I like. Apparently I like cyberpunk kind of music. Hells yeah. Okay, I like this. Let's download this. The Other Girl is the name of this song. Okay, this is looking fire. Okay, let's let it play out. Did I slow it down already? I think I did. Change clip speed. Yeah. All right, we're making some good progress here. And we'll keep trying to multitask. Ooh, and it looks like I haven't downloaded any of these songs. So we're entering in, oh wait, no, one of them. So we're entering a new type of genre that I haven't tapped into yet. So hopefully there's a bunch of wins in this. Ooh, and then in the meantime, I think we've discovered a new color grading technique. I say technique, but I mean, basically I would apply this, some of the LUTs that I downloaded from Lens Distortions. I usually use it at the end of my workflow after the final color correction has been converted back to Rec 709. However, I'm noticing when I apply the LUT prior to that conversion, the colors actually look much better of like what I like. So let's see how it looks on this one. Whoops. Actually, let's cut ahead. Oof, yeah, those colors look fire. Okay, let's cut this part out. All right, here we go. I shot this at 120 frames per second, so we got like the super slow motion. Ooh, yes, but the colors look good, and the eye is popping. We got that red eye glint. Oof, that's fire. There's something about that red eye and the black fur. We got a nice little red and black combo. Yo, it's like practically glowing. That's good. That's some good stuff here. Maybe we'll lift the shadows just a bit more. Oh, that still gives me chills. I forgot about this moment. So there's this moment where the front chimp dips down, but then when he pops his head back up, it's a little bit like frightening. It's like, because you almost forget about it because your eyes focus back over here, and then when he just pops up from the bottom right and those eyes are glinting, ooh, that is like a horror film. Chills, chills. So basically, I'm going to make like a super long... I'll make some additional YouTube videos, just taking some extended versions of like the chimp shots and everything. So without any cuts, it'll just be like slow motion footage after footage of all the chimps with some like background music. So that way we can share everything, you know? Doo-doo. Songs so far, they're not bad, but the first one really slapped. These ones are nice little, like, you know. Not good enough for the playlist, though. Ooh. The soundtrack fits for this chimp walk. Alright, I gotta take care of something. So as we're playing this, I have to take care of something on the side here. So we're gonna multitask. We're doing a quadruple task right now. Okay, and then let's carry this over as well. I think I've just discovered my genre. It's cyberpunk music. I have to message someone right now who has an urgent task for me. Man, the colors look so good though. Oh man. Ooh, this is a fire song too. Damn. Yo, we're going to be listening to some hype music for the next few streams. Oh, and then tomorrow's day 60. So yeah, we'll definitely do some hype music. And we got some new songs to play with. Okay. And I feel like all the music works. Right now the cyberpunk music is fitting with the mood of these chimp shots. Yo, this is so badass. Oh, man, there's like too many fire moments here. I'm not sure. It's gonna be tough for me to figure out which parts to clip and use in like our opening trailer. But yeah, it's like I'm applying the LUT in the early color correction phase, and it just looks so clean. Looks so nice. So I might have to do that going forward as well. That eye is so red. It's so crazy. Oh wait, this one I can slow down as well. So I'm assuming I slowed these guys down. Yep. It's 120 frames as well. Okay. Now the quality looks slightly different here. It's from a different day. Also, we're shooting at 6K now. Let's try to match the mood. Turns out I'm a big fan of cyberpunk music. Who would have thought? Did I stabilize already? Yeah, I did. Okay. So fire, so fire. Ooh, this is one of my favorite ones. We'll probably have to lift all the shadows a bit. Just because remembering that when I export, it's going to get super dark. But it's kind of cool to see it. Like, God, that's so badass. We're getting some fire shots here, okay? The challenge is going to be figuring out what to do with all this. Hey Nala. Thank you for joining the stream. Good girl. We're making progress, but not fast enough. I feel like I need like 2 more hours before I think I'm at a good spot. Yes, Nala. Why are you talkative today, huh? What do you want to say? What do you want to say, good girl? Good girl. Boom, 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 boom. Good girl. Thank you for playing along with me. Oh, now I got cat hair everywhere. The price we pay. Yeah. What's your cat hair, Nala? Alright, let's watch this in full. Nice. Nope. Careful, Nala. Careful, Nala. You're a good girl. You're a good boy. Alright, there might be a fight ensuing. We're all watching. Are you gonna fight? It's always at some point. Oh, hey, Nala. That was the point. Nala, be a good girl. No biting. Good boy, Kimbap. Good boy. Nala. Good girl. Good girl. Good boy. Nala. Alright, Nala, you're the problem, okay? We're all seeing it. You invaded his space. Good girl. I kid as you're saying, I feel like I'm interrupting a private moment. Well, this is a moment of truth. It's hard for me to ever capture to see who's the one causing the fight. So Nala clearly came over to his space. Hey, Nala. Nala. We are seeing who the culprit is. Nala. And it's so weird. It's like bipolar. Because she comes over there and she starts grooming him. You know, like... It's supposed to be a good thing. And then it just... At a flip of a freaking switch, she just... loses her goddamn mind. Nala, be a good girl. Be a good girl. Be a good girl. There's not enough space for the two of them, so somebody's got a GTFO, and unfortunately I feel like Nala's just gonna annoy Keep Up to the point where he gets off. But Nala, that's not nice, okay? So let's see. Aikita, she said she knows exactly what she's doing. She is a freaking diva, okay? And you can see it in her eyes. She's... What are you about to do? No biting. Yeah, that yawn ain't fooling any of us. Good girl. Good girl. Should be grooming, and then out of nowhere the bite comes out. But I'm trying to see if I can somehow program her, or the moment she does the bite, I need to like be alert and try to warn her. So hopefully she won't do it. Good girl. Good boy. Okay, maybe this is a good time for me to kick Nala out. Nala, you had your fun. Good girl. Okay, I gotta kick you out. Can you get down? Good girl. Crisis averted! Finally, Jesus. I think it's because of the cyberpunk music, to be honest. It really, it's like the kind of music where something's gonna happen, right? We're gonna get to a finale, one way or the other, you know. And thankfully, this one turned out positive. Aikida's got a lurk today. Enjoy. Well, thank you very much for lurking. We're it's 11 p.m. my time, and I have so much more to do, so we might end up grinding through the nights. Even though today is not the right day to do that. Tomorrow, I think, is supposed to be the day, because today's day 59, and tomorrow will be the glorious day 60, where we have survived 2 months of streaming. So, well, it looks like we're gonna grind both nights. It is what it is. But we have made really good progress. I'm really happy with, especially the shots. Oh my god, the shots from this whole section. It's just like pure fire. I figured out some kind of editing trick with the LUTs that I have from Lens Distortion, and it ended up turning some of these footages into like solid gold, just straight fire. So yeah, I'm very, very excited to kind of see how we can turn this into some kind of cinematic footage. But yeah, we got like crisp red coming through. Slow motion, glorious 4K 120, and then some are in 6K 60 frames. Very, very dramatic shots here. So, yeah. And it kind of fits with the music. See, if I had a video editor, they would turn a bunch of this into some nice YouTube shorts and reels and stuff. I just haven't had time. I haven't had time. Kunal, hello, hello. Nice hair, Hari. Noi Hari. Noi hair. Nice hair. I'm assuming you're talking about the chimp, because my hair is covered by the... but either way, we all thank you. And thank you for being here, Kunal. So we're just trying to finish up all of these clips to edit. Because we're trying to finish this product review as soon as possible. But unfortunately, I take so long when it comes to editing, so we're trying to be faster about it, but you can't rush greatness is what they say, right? So we'll take solace in that. Okay, colors look good. Let's just apply a bit of stabilization. And we're multitasking here, so we're editing photos from our recent photo shoot. Man, the music is fire. I'm liking all of this basically. But it could just be that we've discovered that apparently I like this kind of music. I didn't know. I didn't know myself that I was a cyberpunk guy. Let's download this. Kunal, you said I just typed it wrong 3 times in a row. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I kind of I understood what you're trying to get at. No worries. But where did you shoot these chimps at? I shot all of this at Ngamba Island Chimpanzee Sanctuary. So if you haven't seen, I have pinned in all of the chats a link to my latest YouTube video. It's a 5-minute short documentary film. And so I filmed all of it with the Nikon ZR, which is what we're working on right now in terms of this product review. And yeah, there's an island 45 minutes off the coast of one of the major cities in Uganda. And on that island is 55 rescued chimpanzees and a number of caregivers who take care of them every day. And so I got to go there, I filmed it all, I turned it into like a documentary as a way to also showcase the quality of the new camera. So basically, I'm just trying to do some a little bit of color correction and grading here. And these are all the potential clips that I will end up using for our product review. And the product review itself is fairly close to being finished in the sense that we've got the skeleton. Now these are all the B-roll shots, basically, I need to pick from, as well as my opening montage. So we found the right music and everything for the opening soundtrack, but we need to now apply it. Basically, we have to do the hard work of actually putting it together. dun. And we are trying to multitask here, so I'll be hopping in between these two tasks. Man, this song is good too. Why are they so hype? Let's download that. And we're definitely going to play these music tomorrow when we're on day 60. We got to play all hype music tomorrow. Do-do-do-do. I think we're almost done. I'm trying to think, like, am I missing any potential shots? Because I did it. I'm trying to trust in my workflow, and I know one of the earlier days I went through all the footages and I color coded the ones that I thought would work for our review. So I'm assuming based on that exercise, I must have highlighted all the best shots and put it into this project timeline. I can only hope. One can hope. Okay, this shot looks similar to one we took earlier. These ones. I wonder if this will work. Kind of. Obviously something went dark here, which is the curves. The colors look nice, so we'll keep it. Okay, this guy will drop the highlights. Good enough. I think I made it worse. Let's undo everything. Reset. Okay, we'll keep that as is. It was worth a shot, but actually I made it worse. Oh yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done. Low Base, you said just made a pile of updates to the bot. Hopefully there was no interruption in service. Nothing that I could tell, but it's been pretty chill over here on my side. Okay, I think I made the right update. Let's see. Low Bass, we've been in a cyberpunk mood, and it turns out I really like cyberpunk music, so we might hear more of this kind of stuff in the future. It definitely puts me in the mood. Like, I'm ready to just keep working, be on the grind. Okay, which one of them, my existing edits works for this one? I'm not sure. Almost the colors don't look too good here though. It is nice music? I think so. I think it's good music. It's good hype music. Although I haven't downloaded this one yet. This feels like John Wick music. Like, I almost feel like I can almost pinpoint the exact action scene where this song is playing in John Wick. Kunal, you said, oh yeah, I checked the video out with all the zoom in shots of Chimp's face with the focus in and out shots and the narration and sound effects. Used it. It's a great documentary. Loved it, man. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's it was a labor of love. LOL. Yeah, I shot at the island for about 3 days, and then I basically put it all together in about 5 days. And yeah, so somewhat of a rush job. And it was my first time doing a documentary, but I think it did turn out pretty good. I'm really happy with the results. And again, big shout out to Nikon, because obviously I got to use their camera gear, and I really did love it. So that will be reflected in my product review that this is what I'm working on right now. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, obviously I got very lucky, because, yeah, I mean, how many times do people ever get the opportunity to be this close to chimpanzees? And I do normally do a lot of like wildlife stuff, so this was right up my alley. I pitched this as a concept, and they agreed to it. And I'm very happy they did, because obviously I'm happy with the results. Let's see. Whoops. I didn't want to do that. Okay, this looks better. Nah, I think I like this one better. But for these guys, I think we'll keep it as is. Is that it? Have we gotten to the end of our Cyberpunk playlist? Oh, damn. Okay, well, you know what? It was very good. I liked it. I don't know if we're going to get another home run. Catchy ear candy music that sticks in your head all day long. All right, I'll be the judge of that. Galaxy Groove. Oh, I downloaded that one already. All right, let's try this one. Kunal, you asked, no, Billy is the name I would never forget. Yes, that was Billy with no E, female. What are you creating now? Second part or something else? Let me show you. So this is the product review. These are all the clips that I'm looking through that I will use. But essentially, it's going to be less than 15 minutes, probably like 12 to 13 minutes long. This is the current intro. Let me turn on the volume. It's nowhere near complete, so I need to add a bunch of sound effects and like make it look visually more appealing, but yeah.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
So then we'll have our little trailer there. Then it kicks back
Everything
into.
you just watched was shot with a pre-production.
Then I have to do all the soundtrack stuff, and we might give this to an editor to work on this for me, because I do need a video editor. So this might be our first trial run to see if we can find someone to work with long term. But then yeah, basically this is our product review. So I'll talk about the different features. I'll show the camera, stuff like that. So for instance, here's a section where I talk about the audio.
And that's a huge.
And which ratio was the documentary at? It was 2.39 to 1 ratio. There's like a little letterboxing thing you can do in DaVinci. Output blanking. Yeah, it was the 2.39 to 1. So I basically applied that top and bottom blocking. Let's bring it back. Dun, 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 dun. But it was normally, yeah, it was shot at 16 by 9 resolution, or it might have been 16 by 10. I forget which one it comes out at. But yeah, I'm working on a 16 by 9. How many casts do I have? I have 2. I got this one here, Kimbap, good boy. And then Nala is somewhere on the ground. Let's play this out real quick.
Huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case, I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic.
So I'll need to reduce the audio there or bring it in later. Whoops.
And in this case, I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take.
Okay. Although, now that I made some changes, I feel like the green, I need the greens to match. So, maybe I will carry it over. Nope, that looks bad. Dun, 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 dun. No, because I kind of like the look I was going for. Okay. Okay, I think that's good enough. That'll do. That'll do.
Given the
No, not that. Okay. Never knew you could do that in Resolve. I'm not sure which thing you're talking about, but we're still learning. We're definitely still learning how to use Resolve the right way. But yeah, you know, we make do with what we know. But yes, so we're working on this product review. The skeleton is done. I just need to work on the opening, the opening intro section, and then I'm thinking I might give this to a YouTube editor. So, but generally speaking, everything's here. I have all of the B-roll shots here, and we did spend most of today just color correcting and grading all of the shots. So that way, if I give this to an editor, they don't have to spend any time doing any grading. It's just use the shots, and it's more focus on where do you place the shot as far as my skeleton goes. But this is definitely going to be one of the coolest shots, because here I'm showing the capability of the camera. So you can see here, this is without any stabilization. This is just me walking backwards with the camera. So showing like, okay, well, without a gimbal, the camera can get some really smooth shots. Not always, but it can. It has the ability to. And then once I put it through DaVinci, so then we have version number 2, where here it'll be nice and stabilized. So I'll put these side by side so people can see as a comparison. So yeah, that'll be one of the hero shots for sure. And then we've been spending a lot of time just editing all of these guys. So we do have, I think, all of the clips. Where were we? Dun, dun, dun. And let's keep listening to music here.
Tell me, where did you learn to?
Okay, I think we were somewhere here. You know, I was gonna ignore this song, but the second half of this song is kind of catchy. Or I guess not the second half, but the middle part. We'll give it a chance. Let's keep listening. In the meantime, let me multitask. Oh, they lost me here. What is this? Why is she talking like this? You know what? I was literally just about to download that song, and they had to ruin it with that section there.
But we don't give them enough food. Like if we are to buy from Kampala all the food.
Do, 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 do. Hey Nala, you want to come up? Good girl. You little diva. Good girl. Yes, ma'am. What do you want? What are you saying, Nala? Nala, do you want to be a streamer? Oh. Alright, here's your chance. Ugh. What do you got to say to the world? I think she gets her talkativeness from me. Is that right, Nala? Good girl. What are you saying? You have so much to say. Okay, ASMR time is done. Thank you, Nala. If you can chill on my lap, you can stay. Otherwise, we gotta keep doing our thing. Oh, my keyboard is about to die. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. What is going on with my cats today? Can you guys see them? Okay, be careful. Careful, Nala. All right, we're I guess we're entering round 2. Who's gonna do what? Alright, that was short-lived. Good on ya, Nala. You knew. She's cute? Yeah, she's very, very, very cute. She's like Puss in Boots. So what would you prefer, Nikon or Sony FX3? Obviously, we are a Nikon lovers over here. I've never shot with the Sony though. I've heard good things about the Sony FX3. Obviously, it's been like the would you say like the market leaders, or they've been the only ones in the market for a number of years since they launched. I feel like, or at least it was considered like the top of the world. But now I think with this camera, from Nikon, and I know Canon came out with something, so there's a lot more competition coming out. But I am a Nikon shooter through and through. But for what it's worth, I absolutely love shooting with this. Colors look nice. I can't tell if I like this song or not. It feels different, which is good. But it's usually not my style, so we shall skip. Almost done. Okay, I'm trying to go faster on the end here. Kuno, he said, oh yeah, Sony have the 12K ISO, so people just prefer it, but at which Nikon is, I bet we're going to see more people buying it. Yeah, what is it, 12,800 ISO or something? Yeah, so with the Nikon, it's 6400 and 800. I will say I mostly shot at 800 for the majority of the shoot. I did shoot a few at 6400, and the quality turned out really, really nice. I was surprised. This is my first time shooting any kind of cinema cameras, and so my knowledge base is very limited, so I was learning as I was shooting. But the price point for this one is supposed to be like $2,200, so 2,200 I believe is what they said. So it's actually very, very cheap compared to what people expected it to be and where the competition's at. So I believe it's like priced like a FX30 is what I heard, but it's trying to compete with like the FX3 in terms of some of the features that it has. And as far as like my shoot, I definitely felt a significant difference from what I usually shoot with. I shoot with a Nikon Z9, Z6 III, sometimes a Z8. So this one is a 12-bit colored, what do you call it? 12-bit colored depth. But it's got 15 plus stops of dynamic range. and it was definitely noticeable when I was shooting. Like the colors are just so amazing. I really like it. Dun, dun, dun. Almost done. Almost done. Oh, did I do something? What did I do here? Oh, there we go. Okay, we got how many more? 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 more clips to edit, and hopefully that's the last of everything. And then I can start playing around with which clips I think I want to use for our montage, and then the rest of it should be used as B-roll. I like this one already. Oh, actually, this is one of the examples we had. So this is at 0744. 0744. So this one I shot at 3200 ISO. And the one right after it, this one was shot at ISO 800. So this was shot at ISO 800, 6K, 60 frames. Yeah. And the colors are nice. I was shooting against the sky. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Kunal, you asked, if your camera could only capture one last picture, where would you point it? Where would I point it? Or like, what would be my last picture? If your camera could only capture one last picture? I'm trying to understand what you're asking. If I could take one last picture, what would it be? Doo-doo-doo-doo. If your camera could only capture one last picture. Well, I'm assuming if it was the last picture that the camera could take, and that's, if you're assuming that that means it's the last picture I could take, I would want it to be, I would assume it would be like because I'm about to die. So especially since I do a lot of wildlife stuff, I would want it where it's like I took one last photo before, I don't know, let's say the bear mauls me to death. Actually, that would be a really terrifying one. But yeah, some big ass wild animal as it's charging right at me, but I happen to get that one final shot of it like barreling towards the camera, hopefully in focus. But actually, even if it's not in focus, it's the blurriness could be part of the shot, right? So yeah, ideally it would be the shot before I die of like some epic wild animal. I feel like at least with the chimps, I tend to like when the colors are a bit cooler as opposed to too warm. So I've been like reducing the temperature quite a bit. Doo -doo -doo. Kunal, you asked what would it be? Oh, I think that was, I think I answered your question, so let me know. But yeah, that would be what it would be, being attacked by a big ass animal. Almost done. Oh shit, I thought we were... Okay, we're getting close. Okay, this one, let's do a little bit of keyframing. Okay, it's decent. Kuno, he said, I don't know, man. I typed, I sent, it was sent to you after 5 minutes. Yeah. Sometimes I'm very slow at reading the chat. I missed that one, though. I think you were talking about the thing, though. It was like, what would be your last shot? So to me, it would definitely be, hopefully, an impressive animal, like a tiger or something. It'd be really embarrassing if you die because, like, a mongoose attacks you. And the final shot was tiny ass mongoose mauling you to death. All right, last two. Nope. Okay, good enough. That's it. All right. That means all of our potential B-roll are color graded decently. So now what I can do is I need to start figuring out which of these clips to put into our opening. Oh wait, no, we have so much more clips. Damn it. Because I have all the clips from... Like, we have these shots, right? Maybe I should just bring these over. Okay, let's think. It's almost midnight. We did make progress. The question is, do I want to keep progressing tonight? Let's see if I can find these clips real quick. Oh man. I thought we were done. Okay, let me start color coding some of these that I need to bring over. Possibly this one. So these are all the shots. So everything that's in this like lime color is the one, these are all the ones that I color graded essentially. I brought it into the project timeline. All the blue ones are the ones that I haven't copied over. So we have so much footage, which is good, right? But then it just means there's like so much that I have to look through. Like this one probably I should bring over. Kunal, you said these are great shots, man. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I mean, the camera did most of the work, but, you know, I mean, I hit a few buttons here and there. Kunal 1 is great. I just uploaded an edit on YouTube. It's my first one. Will you watch it? It's about 14 seconds long. YouTube was glitching. I was not able to send messages. Yeah. I mean, if you can send me or tell me what's your username or something. I don't know if you can send links, so... Just when I thought I was done, we have so many more nice footage. It's a good problem to have, but it's a problem nonetheless. Just when I thought I was done, they pulled me back. This is the one I was typing. Oh wait, I have to be careful with any music.
Oh, you look malnourished. some bread. Fried egg.
Because I'm gonna get copyright struck.
Trying to syrup. You pick a spot, I pick a tip.
Yo, it's very nice though. I like it. Sorry, I'm just pausing here and there because I'm gonna get hit with some copyright strike.
Let's go to Cannes and watch a couple indie movies that you never.
Yo, this is really good. I feel like this is the style that you see oftentimes that goes viral, right? Very cool, very cool. I like the transitions there. Nice. Very awesome, Kunal. Sorry, I'm not able to play the music. Oh. Or there could be some issues, so I'm trying to be careful. But yeah, let's give it a like. Let's give you a little subscribe button there. And I'll do the comments. Like, subscribe, and comment, they say, right? How do I comment? Chat replays disabled. Oh, I can't chat. Well, listen, we've given you a subscribe and a like, okay? 2 out of the 3. But thank you very much. Yeah, it was very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, you know what? I'm realizing I have a lot more work to do. Because we have all these footages, like really cool footage, but footages nonetheless that I need to go through. Especially these like close-up ones. Stuff like this is nice. So I thought I had all of them, but we have a lot more. So I want to like be able to review everything in its entirety of like all the actual shots. Yeah, okay, we got a lot more to go. So much to do, and I thought I was done. You know what? Maybe what I'll do before I call it a night. Let's finish up the opening hook. So, like, you know, these things are fine. Obviously, we'll work through them. But then here, let's work on the music part. So that means I need to do a few things. One, let me drop this down a bit. I'm going to decompose. Okay.
This review are for you.
Ooh, and it's going to get super loud. So what should we do here? We'll just drop it down from here. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to cut some of this music because it's a little too long for what we need. So I think we're going to end it roughly around 1:15. So let's listen to it.
The Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
So probably ending it there. Yeah, because then we need this part to kick in. Okay, so we'll end it. Here, let me mark it this time.
Are for you.
Okay, right there. So this is where, let's put a little marker. So we need to cut this music towards there in terms of the ending part. So that part there. Let me think, what's the best way to do this? I have no idea. I mean, the easiest is we just cut out all of this section. So we'll do that. Although I like some of the sections after this part, because there's a lot more instruments kicking in, but I think this is probably the best. Okay, let's make this a little easier for me to work with. Do. Be careful, Nala. How much budget are you thinking? Hold on 1 second. Kind of looks nice having Nala up there. You just chilling there, huh? Nala, good girl. Now be careful. You asked how much budget are you thinking about to get the video edit? Maybe I can help find someone. King Kruk, continue to crush it. Well, thank you very much. We're trying to come to an end for the day, for the night, but yeah. For the budget, I'm not sure. Honestly, like at least on Upwork, you're seeing usually a budget in terms of high quality. It usually is anywhere from $20 to $30 per hour. However, that's a pretty pricey price tag, depending on how many hours they can work. So, and realistically, I'm trying not to spend too much money. The ideal thing is like I want to pay someone what they're worth, and then ideally we can also be at a point where it's like, would you believe in the growth opportunity? Do you believe that my channel will succeed? Do you believe that we will be successful? And so I'm trying to find someone who actually trusts that, which is a big ask, to ask someone who's got a lot of talent to take a pay cut or to not maybe get as much as they're worth at the gamble of saying like, oh, well, what if we work with equity? So what if you get like X percentage of all the earnings I ever make on, let's say, my YouTube channel or whatever else, right? In terms of like the ad dollars and stuff like that. And so the upside is huge if the channel succeeds. If I succeed as a content creator, way more than whatever the fixed, hourly rate would be. But yeah, anyways, these are things that I'm trying to figure out. What's up, Raiden? 6-hour stream. Yes. Well, we're not getting back to like the 8 hours just yet, but yeah, we used to do 7-8 hours every day. So this is easy stuff. Raiden, you said, I've been at the gym for 3 hours. I just came home. Damn. I do need to go back to the gym, but it's just, there's no time to be healthy. Kunal, you said $20 to $30 to get 1 hour video getting edited. Yeah, basically, I mean, that tends to be like the rate on Upwork for like high quality, and even bad quality. So yeah. Okay. So I'm just trying to work on this piece here. Something like that. Oh, you know what? This probably means... Hold on. Because I like this part, right? Where you hit like the extra instruments kick in. So which instrument is that? All right, let's mute everything and listen one instrument at a time. Careful, Nala. It's the percussion. Okay. Because I think I want that to kick in earlier. Okay, I think there's an easy fix. So somewhere here, can we just shift that over all the way? Let's see if I literally just did it randomly. Let's see if we did a good job. Can you give a sample? Kunal, you asked, can you give a sample video like what your edit should look like? Is it like the other edits you see for product review, or you have something else in mind? It's basically doing like reviews, talking head videos, you know, YouTube shorts, Instagram reels, that kind of stuff. One, two, three, four. Okay, I'm off by... So it should be right there. Okay. One, two, three, four. 2, 3, 4. No, that's off. What? What's happening? 4. Oh, okay, okay. It's got an extra part to it. Oh, that means I need to cut it from here. I see, I see. Okay. Easy, easy. Okay. And then let's drag that one. All right, hopefully we did it well. Let's see. Two, 3, 4, 2. Okay. Okay, so we got that done. I might have made this harder on myself. Let's see. Because then here we needed to cut off. So we need all of them to do that. How to do this? So I think technically what I did worked, but not really. So what I need to do is I need to clip it. All of them, I need to clip it there. Okay. We shall get this done. We'll just clip everything here. Oh, wait, hold on. Do. No, okay, I have to go by the freaking... Okay, so we'll cut everything here. I think there's an easier way to do this, but you know what? Let's just try it. We're already here. Because I can just turn this into a compound clip again. But since we've come this far, let's just see. So I need to drop this to where? Here probably? No. To there. Okay. Let's bring all of this over. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I did it. Okay, the percussions are on at least. Now let's see if it sounds good with everything else. It might sound really off though. There's too many instruments here. Perfect. Oh my god, we're like freaking geniuses here. You couldn't even tell. And then it kicks off there. And then oh, no, I didn't want to do that. And then here we don't want the extra drum coming in, so let's see. What does that sound? And by this point, we're not going to hear the music anyway, so I think we're good. I think we figured it out. So it'd be like this. Okay, I think this is fine. So now what I need to do is let's combine this again, make it a new compound clip. We'll call this intro montage track. Okay, and let's bring this back up to where it was.
Solo run and gun traveler.
And then we gotta drop the volume down. What is this? Audio track 5?
And gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. And gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
Okay, so then let's figure out where do I start the video back up. So then maybe by here.
Everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. Everything you just watched.
Okay, I think I need to do some additional adjustments. Bum, bum, bum. So let me decompose this again. I think I just need to remove those extra notes that pop in at the end there. Kunal says, yeah, this video is for me. Awesome, awesome. Good night, bro. It's 2 a.m. and I'm feeling sleepy, so see you tomorrow. Well, thank you very much, Kunal, for tuning in and being here for super late. Yeah, it's midnight for me as well, so hopefully we'll call it quits in a second. But thank you very much and have a good night. Okay, what did I need to do? I needed to, when the music cuts off here, Christ. Okay, so then here, let's just start cutting some of these off. Now we're just gonna cut all this part here. Good night, good night. Yes, thank you, Kunal. Okay, I think this is better. All right, so I won't do the fade out. We'll do that manually. All right, let's try again. So let me recompose this. Intro, montage, track. Okay, we'll drop this to, what was it, -15? And let's bring it up to here. All right, let's play it again.
This review are for you. Are for you. Everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. If you want to see the full 5-minute short
Okay, something like that works. And then obviously the second soundtrack will kick in.
Everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. If you want to see the full 5-minute short film that I made, the link is somewhere up there and in the description. It's a quick watch, and I hope you enjoy my very first attempt.
Okay, I think that's a good place to stop. So then tomorrow we're going to work on putting in all the beautiful clips in here. Then, yeah, you know what? I think we're ready by tomorrow. Oh, man, we made progress, but I'm freaking tired now. So thank you guys for being here. It was a lovely stream. I am just literally about to just end the stream so I can eat something and then pass out. So thank you guys for being here. And tomorrow is going to be day 60. So tomorrow is a big day. Not really, but to me it will be, because that means officially, well, we'll call it official, because technically I guess 61 might be a proper 2 months, but it'll be the end of 2 months of streaming. So yeah, it'll be fun. So thank you guys for being here, and tomorrow we'll try to stream again roughly around 4 to 5 p.m. my time.